Narasimhamatim Sharanam Prabhate
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Dandavat Pranam everyone. I've been asked to speak on the devotee care. So let's sing Jai Radha Madhav and then we'll start. Hare Krishna. Radha Madhava Jaya Kunja Vihari Jaya Radha Madhava Jaya Kunja Vihari Jaya Gopi Jana Vallabha Jaya Girivaradhari Jaya Girivaradhari Yashodanandana Vraja Jana Ranjana Yashodanandana Vraja Jana Ranjana Yamuna Tira Vanachari Yamuna Tira Vanachari Jaya Radha Madhava Jaya Kunj Bihari Jaya Gopi Jana Vallabha Jaya Girivaradhari Jaya Girivaradhari Yashodanandana Vraja Jana Ranjana Yashodanandana Vraja Jana Ranjana Yamuna Tira Vanachari Yamuna Tira Vanachari Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Jaya Radha Gopinath Shri Radhe Jaya Radha Sham Sundar Shri Radhe Jaya Radha Parth Sarti Shri Radhe Jaya Radha Parth Sarti Shri Radhe Jaya Radha Madhav Shri Radhe Jayo Prabhupada Srila Prabhupada Jayo Gurudeva Gurudeva Nitai Gaura Hari Bol Nitai Gaura जय श्री हरिनाम संकीर्तन यज्ञ की श्रीला प्रभुपाद की श्रीला गुरुदेव की निताई गौर प्रेमानंदे Hare Krishna, Prabhuji and Mataji. Like I was saying, I've been asked to speak on devotee care. So, to understand, or let's go a little bit try to understand our interpretation of devotee care, or care at least. There are different understandings. It is also sometimes called being compassionate towards others. There is another term called having sympathy, having empathy towards others. So various types of understandings. And in our parampara, our acharyas have also emphasized on this, caring for others. Rather, once Mahaprabhu was speaking to Sanatana Goswami, and Mahaprabhu said to him that Name Ruchi Jiver Daya Vaishnava Sevon Yei se adhik dharam nahi shuno shanaton. So Mahaprabhu has highlighted three things: Name Ruchi Jiver Daya Vaishnava Sevon. Yeah. So just to stay on the topic, for this perspective, it's mainly Jiver Daya, and Vaishnava Seva also considered part of that. And yeah, so also now the care or the compassion, Srila Bhakti Vinod Thakur says that he has actually said that being compassionate towards other living entities is considered one of the limbs of devotional service. Yeah. Srila Bhakti Vinod Thakur says to further get the understanding of care and compassion, he says there are three categories. The one category is where we are looking after others, like if somebody is ill, we are giving them the food. If somebody doesn't have a shelter, we arranging for them a place to live, giving them shelter. Somebody doesn't have clothes, we provide them the clothes. So these are considered the compassion or the caring at the body level. That is first type of care. The second type of care is somebody who is unable to read or study, understand things. So that is called care at the mind level. You start educational institutes, schools, free education. There are so many initiatives, across the world, where education for children, education for girls, education for poor, yeah, so that they become self-sufficient to take care of their bodily needs. But that education is more of at a mind level. So that is second. And the third and the topmost care is the care for the soul, adhyatmic. How a soul can serve, yeah, and as we speak, going back to Godhead, or how we can engage a soul, a jiva, into service of their lordship. Yeah. In 18th chapter Bhagavad Gita, when Lord Krishna is concluding, so he tells Arjuna in 18th chapter, shlok number 68. So he tells him that ya idam param guhyam. Yeah. So this Bhagavad Gita is almost spoken. So Lord Krishna is saying, Arjuna, hey Arjuna, this param guhyam, yeah, mad bhakteshva avidhasyate. So, but before in 67, Lord Krishna says that this should not be spoken to somebody who does not believe in me, who is envious, and all those negative qualities. Yeah. But in 68, he says that ya idam param guhyam, top secret, yeah, or the secret of the secret, param, superlative degree, guhyam, yeah, mad bhakteshu abhidhasyate, yeah, speaks to my devotees, or people who believe in me, or who don't have all those negative qualities, who are trying to become devotee. Yeah. If somebody does that service, yeah, then what they get in return is So Krishna says is bhaktim maya, yeah, param kritva, yeah, mam eva ishyati ashamshaya. So he's saying by doing this, they are performing my topmost bhakti. Yeah. So it benefits the person who is hearing and also the person who is speaking or who is providing that knowledge. Yeah. In doing that, what Krishna is saying, he is performing my topmost devotion service. And after performing that devotion service, O Arjuna, they come to me, asamshaya. Yeah. Mam ev eshyati asamshaya. Without doubt, Arjuna, they will come to me. So that is the value of providing that service. So going back to our three type of cares, like I said, so this is the topmost care, and as per our initiative, as the charter, you can say, or the goals that have been discussed by our esteemed committee members and the temple management. Yeah. So it covers all these aspects, but the topmost thing is how we can help others, how we can help someone progress into their Krishna conscious journey. As Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur says, that is the topmost care. It may start at one where we are helping someone, giving the food. Rather, His Holiness Jayapataka Swami Maharaj once recalls, Maharaj was saying that Prabhupada was in the veranda of his room in Mayapur, and then he saw some children fighting with dogs. Rather, I would say they were trying to stoop some food which was thrown away by whoever. But there was a food which was in the garbage bin, and these kids, they were trying to get that food, and the dogs were also there who also wanted to get that thrown away food. So when Prabhupada saw that, out of compassion, as Lord Krishna says, Sarva Bhut Hite Rata Parth. Yeah, Sarva Bhut Hite. Who is always Rata, who is always thinking of how I can help others. Out of compassion, Prabhupada started crying. And he started crying. Then disciples were there and Prabhupada spoke to them and he told them that we should make some arrangement wherein we can provide food at least within 10 miles of our centers. And that's the beginning of our food for life arrangement. And now it's everywhere across the world. And mind you, giving prasadam is more potent as compared to just giving somebody normal food. I want to highlight one more example. When Srila Prabhupada started the first center in America, he used to organize feast every Sunday. And once somebody came who attended that Sunday feast program, and as he was honoring the prasadam, so he got one gulab jamun. And he liked the gulab jamun so much, then he asked the person sitting next to him, do we get this every time? And then the person sitting next to him told him, yeah, if you come for every Sunday feast program, you will get a nice sweet. And then that Prabhu started coming every Sunday. And then he attended Prabhupada's programs every Sunday. And after attending that programs, then his heart changed. It started with honoring prasadam, as we say, Ado Jivva. Yeah. Starts with the tongue. So he started honoring the prasadam. He started attending the program. During the program, he was also chanting the holy names. And then slowly his heart changed, got purified. And then he actually started chanting regularly. He took up the devotional process. He also became a disciple of Srila Prabhupada. Yeah. Then he accepted the sannyas order of life. And I got to know that, and then that Prabhuji, he actually then became a Maharaj, and he's an initiating guru within his ISKCON. See, so that is the Mahima of Prasad. So because it is offered to Lord already, so that is also becomes the third category, topmost. So we sharing Prasad. Yeah. So going back to our point, so there are these three types of cares. We look at, from various perspectives. So now I was thinking, maybe we should discuss something from the Shastra and take some lessons, and then maybe we discuss that, because this is related to devotee care. So we have to have some practical points coming out. If it was a normal class, normal katha, then we discuss the pastime. There are also some lessons, but here are some specific devotee care points that we might like to discuss. And it's for both sides. It's for person providing the care and the person receiving the care. So both of them are equally responsible for this outcome. Yeah. So we'll try and look at that. So as you know, we just celebrated Shivaratri last week. So I was thinking maybe we discuss Lord Shiva's pastime and try and learn some points from them and look at some practical perspectives, practical points, how we can learn and implement them, or at least try to practice them in our day-to-day activities, which would help the various congregation members. Yeah. So we will be today we will be reading Srimad Bhagavatam 8th canto, 7th chapter. Yeah. And this is, as you know, 8th canto we talk about Sagar Manthan, which is very famous pastime. And in that Sagar Manthan Leela, the first thing that came out was the poison, halal. Yeah? And how Lord Shiva volunteered or accepted the request, actually. He accepted the request to save the living entities, including demigods, everyone, from that poison, because they didn't know what to do with that. Yeah? So we'll try and look at that. Yeah? So let's please read from that. नारायणं नमस्कृत्य नरं चैव नरोत्तमं देवीं सरस्वतीं व्यासं ततो जयमुदीरये नष्टप्रायेषु भद्रेषु नित्यं भागवत सेवया भगवती उत्तमश्लोके भक्तिर्भवति नैष्ठिकी कृष्णाय वासुदेवाय देवकी नंदनाय च नंदगोपकुमाराय गोविंदाय नमो नमः. So we will look at verse number 8th canto, 7th chapter, and we'll look at verse number 44, just in case who are online with us and they want to refer. So 8th canto, 7th chapter, verse number 44, Lord Shiva saves the universe. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Tapyante lokatapena sadhava prayasho jana param aradhana tadhi purushasya yakhilatmana. Word by word translation by Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Tapyante, voluntarily suffer. Lokatapena, because of the suffering of people in general. Sadhava, saintly persons. Prayasha, almost always, jana, such persons, param aradhanam, the topmost method of worshipping, tat, that activity, he indeed, purushasya, of the Supreme Person, akhil atmana, who is the super soul of everyone. Translation by Srila Prabhupada ki jai. It is said that great personalities almost always accept voluntary suffering because of the suffering of people in general. This is considered the highest method of worshipping the Supreme Personality of Godhead who is present in everyone's heart. Yeah, very important. Let me read again. Please hear. It is said that great personalities almost always accept voluntarily suffering because of the suffering of people in general. This is considered the highest method of worshipping the Supreme Personality of Godhead who is present in everyone's heart. Akhil Atmana. Yeah. Purushasya, that Purush, that Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is Akhil Atmana, who is residing in everyone's heart. Yeah. Purport by Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Please hear. Here is an explanation of how those engaged in activities for the welfare of others are very quickly recognized by the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The Lord says in Bhagavad Gita 18:68-69, Ya idam paramam guhyam mad bhakteshu abhidhasyate nacha tasma manusheshu kaschin me priya krittama. One who preaches the message of Bhagavad Gita to my devotees is most dear to me. No one can excel him in satisfying me by worship. There are different kinds of welfare activities in this world, but the supreme welfare activity is the spreading of Krishna consciousness. Other welfare activities cannot be effective, for the laws of nature and the results of karma cannot be checked. Very important. One has to suffer the laws of karma. If somebody is poverty stricken, they have to suffer. You know, we can't control our birth. Somebody is born in a poor family. What do? So that's the previous karma. It is by destiny or the laws of karma that one must suffer or enjoy. For instance, if one is given a court order, he must accept it, whether it brings suffering or profit. Similarly, everyone is under obligations to karma and its reactions. No one can change this. Therefore, the Shastra says, Tasyev hetu prayate takovido na labhyate yat brahmitam priyar. Yeah. Tal labhyate dukkhavat nanyat sukham. Yeah. Kalen gambhir. Yeah. One should endeavor for that which is never obtained by wandering up and down the universe as a result of reactions of karma. What is that? One should endeavor to become Krishna consciousness. If one tries to spread Krishna consciousness all over the world, he should be understood to be performing the best welfare activities. Yeah? So this is the best welfare activities. That is the essence and substance of devotee care. The Lord is automatically very pleased with him. If the Lord is pleased with him, what is left for him to achieve? If one has been recognized by the Lord, even if he does not ask the Lord for anything, the Lord who is within everyone supplies him whatever he needs. This is also confirmed in Bhagavad Gita, Tesham Nityabhiyuktanam Yogakshemam Vahamyam. Again, as stated here, Tapyante Lok Tapena Sadhava Prayashojana. The best welfare activity is raising people to the platform of Krishna consciousness. Since the conditioned souls are suffering only for want of Krishna consciousness. The Lord himself also comes to mitigate the suffering of humanity. Yada yada hi dharmasya glanir bhavati bharata abhyuthanam adharmasya tadatmanam srijamyam. Paritranaya sadhunam vinashaya cha dushkritam. Dharma sansthapanarthaya sambhavami yuge. Whenever and wherever there is a decline in religious practice, O descendant of Bharat, and a predominant rise of irreligion, at that time I descend myself to deliver the pious and to annihilate the miscreants, as well as to re-establish the principles of religion. I advent myself millennium after millennium. All the Shastras conclude, therefore, that spreading the Krishna consciousness movement is the best welfare activity in the world. Yeah. Because of the ultimate benefit this bestows upon people in general, the Lord very quickly recognized such service performed by a devotee. Srila Bhaktivedanta Prabhupada's ki jai. Let's do Mangalacharan and then we will discuss this. ॐ अज्ञानतिमिरान्धस्य ज्ञानाञ्जनशलाकया चक्षुरुन्मीलितं येन तस्मै श्रीगुरुवे नमः। श्रीचैतन्यमनोभीष्टं स्थापितं येन भूतले स्वयं रूपा कदा मह्यं ददाति स्वपदान्तिकम्। वन्देऽहं श्रीगुरो श्रीयुतपदकमलं श्रीगुरुं वैष्णवांश्च श्रीरूपं साग्रजातं सहगणा रघुनाथान्वितान्तं सजीवं सावधेतं सावधूतं परिजनसहितं कृष्णचैतन्यदेवं श्रीराधा कृष्णपादान् सहगणा ललिता श्रीविशाखान्वितांश्च। हे कृष्णा करुणा सिन्धु दीनबन्धो जगत्पते गोपेशा गोपिका कान्ता श्रीराधा कान्ता नमस्तुते। तप्त काञ्चन गौरांगी श्रीराधे वृन्दावनेश्वरी वृषभानुसुते देवी प्रणमामि हरिप्रिये। वाञ्छकल्पतरोभ्यश्च कृपा सिन्धुभ्येव च पतितानां पावनेभ्यो वैष्णवेभ्यो नमो नमः। जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंदा श्री अद्वैत गदाधारा श्रीवासादि गौर भक्त वृंदा। हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्णा हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्णा हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्णा हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे। भूतेर्महद्भिर्यैमा पुरो विभो निर्मायशेते यदमोष पुरुषा भुङ्क्ते गुणान् षोडशात्मकम् सोऽलङ्कसृष्ट भगवान् वचांसि मे। श्रीकृष्ण शरणागतं कथा अमृतं सतत पीबतं भक्ति वेदांत मार्ग पंथनम् सर्वलोक ऋषि देव जन्म प्रसन्नम् सर्वलोक ऋषि देव जन्म प्रसन्नम्। Hare Krishna. So, in this pastime, in this shlok, Shukdev ji is telling Parikshit Maharaj that tapyante lokatapena sadhava prayasho jana, that the people who are sadhu, so one of the qualities of the sadhu, as Bhagavan Kapil Dev describes when he's talking to Mata Devhuti. So he describes when he tells her, you go and take shelter, you go and get the association of the sadhus, prasangam ajaram bhasham. Yeah. Sayev sadhu shukrita mokshadwaram. He says this attachment is so strong that it is very difficult to break. Yeah. Prasangam ajaram bhasham. Yeah. Atmana kavyo vidu. People who have a spiritual bent of mind, for them it's very difficult to break that. But the attachment, same attachment, Bhagavan Kapil Dev says, Saeva sadhu shukrata mokshadwaram apavita. It opens up the doors for liberation. So that's the quality of sadhus. So here Shukdev ji is telling Parikshit Maharaj that tapyante lokatapena sadhava prayashojana, that these people who are the sadhus, when they see others suffering, they voluntarily accept tapyante. Lokatapena, when they say the low people are in general are suffering, so they voluntarily accept that suffering onto themselves. And that suffering is then described as param aradhana. Aradhanam tadhi. That tad, he is certainly, very certainly, that is the param aradhana of Purushasya, Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is Akhil Atmana, who resides in everyone's heart. So that is what Shukdev Goswami is telling Parikshit Maharaj. And this is the theme of our devotee care initiative as well. You know, that we want to help others. For others, if we see paradukha dukhi, so that is it. Vasudeva kutumbakam. So from various perspectives, this point has been highlighted. And the whole objective is we get together, we take care of each other, and we help everyone reach their ultimate goal. So in this pastime, Prabhuji Mataji, what was happening was the demigods and the demons, they were, the fight was going on, and who is supreme. So as always, so in this case, they all got together, and the proposal was given that let's go and churn the ocean. And when from the ocean, actually the main objective was to get the Amrit, get the nectar. That let's get it, do the ocean, Samudra Manthan, and then it will be distributed half-half between both the parties. That was the objective. With that objective now, they didn't know how to, perform this activity. Once again, they took the shelter of their lordship, and their lordship guided them that you get Mount Mandara. Then they couldn't even bring that themselves. While trying to bring that, so many, demons, they got crushed, they couldn't carry it. Then their lordship engaged Garud service. Garud just lifted the mountain, brought it there in the ocean. Yeah. Then as they brought it, so then they didn't know how to churn it. So their lordship then guided them. So they went and requested Vasuki. Vasuki became a rope. Yeah. And then they said, you pull from one end, tie around it. One pulls from this end. It's like normally, how we do that, churning the buttermilk. So same concept. Then they got that. As they were doing that method, then because it was mountain, and then it got sunk into the bottom of the sea. Nothing could happen. Then again they prayed to the Lordship, and now Lordship took an incarnation of Kachap. By the way, in this there are 4 avatars, 4 incarnations: Bhagwan Ajit, Kachap, Bhagwan Dhanvantari, and Mohini avatar. 4 incarnations. So then the Lordship took Kachap avatar, and then he said, put the mount on the back of Kachap, on my back, and then you churn it. And as they were churning it for a long time. They kept churning, nothing came out. They were getting tired, they were getting frustrated. They couldn't do anything. And as they were churning, so the smoke was coming out of Vasuki's mouth, which was also, very inconvenient for a lot of them. Their bodies became black, etc. But then Lordship arranged, a nice wind blew, and rain started pouring, and with the rain their bodies got washed away, and then there was nice wind blowing. So they got some relief from that. But still the nectar wasn't coming. Now their Lordship joined them. Bhagwan Ajit joined them. Okay, let me help you. As their Lordship joined them, and then they were churning furiously. And Shukdev Goswami describes how Lord was looking so beautiful. The bluish body, he was wearing pitambar, his hairs were on his shoulders, his earrings were touching his cheeks, and he was looking so beautiful. His arms were so beautiful and strong. as Lord was helping them. And as they were churning, then suddenly first thing came out was poison, halah. And that poison was so fierce. It was so fierce that they did not understand what to do. They had no clue. And it was so powerful. Poison, even if you don't touch it, Prabhuji Mataji, just by looking at it, just from a distance, if the wind is carrying that aroma, you can say it was so burning. So they did not know what to do. They all got scared. And Shukdevji tells Parikshit Maharaj, Bhitah praja dudruvur anga. Yeah? Dudruvur anga. So he's saying Bhitah praja. All the living entities, they got scared. Bhita. Dudruvur anga is in Raja. Oh Maharaj Parikshit, the whole praja started running hither and thither. They started running here and there. They didn't know what to do with it. Yeah? And not just that, Sa Ishwaro, even with the Bhagwan, the Lordship was also, acting here. Even he was pretending that as if he's scared and he doesn't know what to do. Yeah? Bhita praja dudruvur anga sa ishwaro. Sa ishwaro is highlighted here with Bhagwan Ajit. Yeah? And then what did they do? Arakshaya mana sharanam mahashiva. Arakshaya mana. They did not find any shelter. They felt unprotected. And what did they do? They took the shelter, Sharanam Mahashiva. They went and took shelter of Lord Shiva. And very important point, Sa Ishvara with Bhagwan Ajit. So they all took shelter of Lord Shiva. They all were running. And it is said that in various other purports or the tikas of our Acharya, they say actually it was Lord Ajit himself. He said, let's go and take the shelter of Lord Shiva. Because nobody could think. Demigods, demons, the whole praja, Prajapati, anyone, everyone, they just ran. They didn't know what to do because this poison, it was going up and down, dishi, and it was so scary, so fierce. So they all went to Lord Shiva. As they went to Lord Shiva was sitting on Kailash Parvat, yeah, with Mata Sati. They were sitting there, they went there, all the demigods, and then they looked at their lordship. And then I think from the sign, because they had taken the shelter, so they started glorifying Lord Shiva. And when they saw Lord Shiva, he was sitting calmly with Mother Sati, and there were so many other devotees of Lord Shiva who was praying to him, so many exalted souls who were praying to him for liberation, but he was sitting in a trance. So now demigods went there, including demons, everyone, and Lord Ajit was also standing there, and they started offering nice prayers to Lord Shiva. They started glorifying him. They started highlighting the qualities, like he's got a moon on his forehead, he's got a third eye, how he's holding Ganges in his jata, how he's got snakes around his neck. Yeah. So all those qualities, they started glorifying Lord Shiva. And Lord Shiva now understood that they have come here to get my help. They have come to see my help. Now Lord Shiva then looked at Mother Sati. Yeah. So here Shukdevji tells Parikshit Maharaj, Suhrada Dev, yeah, Idam Aha Priyam Sati. Yeah. Lord Shiva, who is the Suhrada, who is the well-wisher of everyone, he spoke like this to Mother Sati, who is Priyam Sati. Now Lord Shiva tells Mother Sati that, look, they have come for help, and it is my duty to help them. And he also says, Prabhor Arthe Yat Deen Paripalan. Prabhor Arthe, he says the duty of the master or duty of someone who possesses certain thing It is his duty to use that for Deen Paripalan. Yeah. Who is Deen? Who are suffering? Who are poor? If you are being put into a position, you are just a caretaker. Mind you, you are simply a caretaker. It is everything Lord's Vibhuti. So it's the Lord who is providing everything. But the moment you think it's me providing, then everything collapses. So Lord Shiva, very rightly, Lord Shiva highlights, tell Mother Sati, they have come here for help and it is my duty to help them. And not just that, then he also says, duty of a sadhu. Yeah? Pranahi swai prani nam panti sadhava shanabhangurai. He says, this sharir, Sati, oh Sati, this body which is shanabhangur, which can be destroyed at any time. Yeah? So in that case, what should be done is pranay swai. Even by giving my own life, if one has to give one's own life, pranay swai, pranina. Yeah. By giving your own life, if you have to save someone else's life, panti sadhava shanabhangure. So this sharir, this body which is shanabhangur, which can be taken away anytime. So sadhus, so the duty of the sadhus is to use that for helping other pranis. Yeah, very important. So we should not be attached. So this is very important principle when we speak of devotee care. Yeah. To what extent we are willing to sacrifice our comfort. Yeah. And comfort just doesn't mean, very important thing is it is very easy for us to help someone with certain good things. If you have some extra money, you're happy to help. If you got some extra clothes, you're happy to give clothes. But the most difficult thing to give away is your false ego. Very important. Most important thing that you are unwilling to give away is your false ego. How can you give up your false ego if it comes to helping someone? Sometimes we are held back because of our false ego. Oh look, no, this person said this to me. Or because they did this to me. Or respected me. So very important point. We had an incident wherein one Prabhu got so upset. He wasn't invited to a meeting and he got so upset, he called the whole community null and void. Is this how Vaishnavas behave? We're speaking of devotee care. How can you call a whole community null and void just because you are not called into a meeting? And here Lord Shiva is teaching us what? This body which is Shanbhangur, which can vanish anytime. So he's saying prani swai prani nam panti sadhava shanabhangure. So we should use this to help others. And the underlying factor is how we can help someone progress in their devotional service. Yeah. So Lord Shiva is speaking to Mother Sati like this, and then he also tells her that, look, if somebody helps, yeah, if somebody helps someone, other living entity, it pleases Lord Hari. Yeah. Priyate Hari. Yeah. It is very pleasing to Lord Hari. Yeah. And what is to Lord Hari, that is pleasing to me also. Priyo aham sa charachara. If something pleases Lord Hari, so Bhagavan, something pleases Bhagwan Hari, it pleases me, and along with me, sa charachara. It pleases the whole, everything else. Char and achar, everything. Yasmin tuste, jagat tusta. If he is satisfied, everyone else is satisfied. So Lord Shiva is saying, so then Mother Sati asks, what will you do? Then he says, Bhunje garam. Yeah, I will drink this poison. Yeah, for the welfare of the praja. Yeah, for the welfare of the praja, I will tasmad idam garam bhunje. Therefore, Sati, I will drink this poison for the welfare of the praja. See? And then Mother Sati, Shukdevji tells that Mother Sati knew the opulence of Lord Shiva, and she also gave her permission. And she was very happy that Lord Shiva agreed to do that. And then Lord Shiva comes and he took that poison and he drank the whole poison. Now, as he drank the poison, then he was thinking, because the poison was so powerful, so fierce, there was no other place to put the poison. If they're going to put it, dig the earth and put it in the earth, it will destroy the earth. Yeah, because earth is a source of living. People use Mother Earth for farming, for other things. So many things come. And there are also living entities inside, under the earth, so many living. Yeah. If you throw it somewhere in the air, then there are also living entities. You can't leave it in the water. When it was in the sea, all the water creatures, they were getting agitated. The fish, the crocodiles, the whales, yeah, the water elephants, all of them, they were getting agitated. So there was nowhere else. Now Lord Shiva said, I will drink it. As he drank it, now he put it in his throat. He did not swallow it. Because if he had swallowed it, there were living entities inside his stomach as well. Yeah. So he did not swallow it. He did not leave it outside. He just stopped it into his throat. Yeah. See, now consider ourselves. Can we even keep one drop of water within our throat? It will either come out or it will either go back. Yeah. So that is the potency of Lord Shiva. So Lord Shiva held that poison. And then Shukdevji tells Parikshit Maharaj that even though the poison had its effect, and the effect was Lord Shiva's throat became blue because of the poison. And because of that poison, his throat became blue, called Neelkant. Yeah. Rather, he says it becomes Sadhavor Vibhushanam. He became an ornament. And he is called Neelkant Mahadev. So that is the compassion. And that is the epitome of compassion. And Srimad Bhagavatam, when Shukdevji concludes, then what does he say? In that shloka, he says, Nimnagam nam yatha ganga, yeah, Deva nam achyutam yatha, Vaishnava nam yatha shambhu, Purana nam idam tatha. So the third line he's saying, Vaishnava nam yatha shambhu. So Lord Shiva is the greatest of Vaishnavas. Now, speaking of in the context of devotee care, Prabhuji Mataji, we call each other Vaishnava and Vaishnavis. Yeah? And I ask your forgiveness in advance if I speak something, which could be, but I think we have to look at some practical lessons. We have to look at some practical points which can be implemented, from the point of devotee care. So I will try to highlight some of the points, some of the learnings here. So whether it's a person providing the care, whether it is person receiving the care, so everyone is involved. So from that perspective, from this pastime, what can we learn? So Lord Shiva is called the greatest Vaishnava. And if we try to be a Vaishnava, now we need to look within ourselves. Do we have those Vaishnava qualities? Or are we trying to cultivate those Vaishnava qualities? It doesn't matter the other person has them or not. Let's just talk about individuals, ourselves. His Holiness Mahavishnu Goswami Maharaj, I remember, Maharaj used to highlight, if something happens which is not to your liking, the first person to blame is yourself. If you wanted something to go your way or a certain way, and it doesn't go that way, the first person to blame is yourself. Look within, not outside. It is very easy to point fingers at others. Yeah. Here we are talking about, this is a very sensitive, very important subject, providing the care for someone else. Like I said, even Mahaprabhu told, Jiver doya. Yeah? Ei se adik dharam nahi, suno sanatana. So it's very important. Yeah? Now, Lord Shiva is the epitome of compassion. He is the epitome, he is the greatest Vaishnava. Yeah? Another example, when Lord Krishna was about to leave, it's a conversation between Vidurji and Maitreji. So there, Maitreji is telling Vidurji that Lord Krishna, actually the question was then, why did Uddhav stay back if everyone else went back with Krishna? Why did Uddhav stay back? So Maitreji is telling Vidurji that Lord Krishna said, no Uddhav anam api madanyuno yat gunairna ardita prabho ato mad vyunam lokam grahyan iha tishtatu. So what he is saying is, Lord Krishna said, Uddhav is not inferior to me, Nunam. Even the iota is the smallest unit of measurement. Uddhav is not inferior to me in any sense, iota at all. Yeah. Why? Na yat gunair na ardita prabhu. Because he doesn't get agitated due to the moods. And Lord Krishna calls him Prabhu. So this is the definition of Prabhu. We call each other Prabhu, right? Prabhujis and Matajis. So this is the definition of Prabhu. A Prabhu is a representative of Krishna. A representative of Krishna, I repeat. If we try to be Prabhu, or if we call each other Prabhu, are we really and truly a representative of Krishna? Is our behavior as a representative of Krishna? Are we really trying, at least trying, so that our behavior becomes as a representative of Krishna? Very important point, yeah? If we are that, if we are a representative of Krishna, then you are called Prabhu. And then Krishna says, Ato mat vyunam lokam. Me going back to my abode, right? Grahyan iha tishtatu. Grahyan as in distribute. Mat vyunam, my glories. Uddhav can, because Uddhav is not inferior to me in any sense, and he is not inferior to me in any sense because he is not affected by the various modes of nature, he can stay back as my true representative, i.e. called Prabhu, to Madhyunam, to glorify, to spread my glories, Grayan, in this lok. And then there is also a conversation between Uddhavji and Vidurji. And Uddhavji spoke to Vidurji about various qualities of Supreme Personality of Godhead. He gave Gyan to Vidurji. So they had a very nice long conversation. And then it's for all of us. So that's essentially giving knowledge to us. So that is the true definition of Prabhu. So that is something that we need to keep in mind for ourselves, the person providing the care and the person receiving the care. It's almost 8:26, Prabhujis and Mataji. I think I'll have another 5 minutes. I have to stop at 8:30 p.m. So I will then go back to Lord Shiva pastime and highlight some of the qualities of Lord Shiva, how we can learn from Lord Shiva. Yeah. And then maybe we can implement them in our day-to-day lives to help each other as part of our devotee care initiative. So Lord Krishna's number one quality is called that he is very forgiving. Yeah. He forgives, he doesn't hold anything back. We know how Ravan even tried to topple the Kailash Parvat. When Lord Shiva was sitting in a trance and Ravan was offering the prayers. So to please Lord Shiva, Ravan said, I can lift Kailash. And as you know, then he tried that and he finally able to get his hands under it, and then he got stuck. Yeah. And then, through his Yog Maya, he started offering his heads to Lord Shiva. And then Lord Shiva got pleased with him finally. But Lord Shiva did not hold back anything. So he's forgiving. So forgiveness is one of the important aspects of the overall devotee care culture. Second is, he is equal to everyone, whether demons or whether demigods. He does not differentiate. Now, as we all know, so many demons tried to please Lord Shiva. He did not look at their bad things. He looked at their austerities. So that is the definition of a Vaishnava. If you are providing care for someone, we are providing care for someone, then what do we have to look for? Yeah, we have to treat everyone equally. Yeah, he did not differentiate. So many demons came. They even cheated Lord Shiva. Remember that pastime where this demon, he started chasing Lord Shiva to test the boon. Because if he put had his hand on anyone's head, that person will be burned. And then Lord Shiva had to run for his own life. Yeah. But before he gave the boon, he just looked at the austerity of the person. So that is another quality for Vaishnava. They look at the positive side and they glorify the positive side. Because Krishna is there. We are not Krishna, by the way. You know, Krishna is there. We are just trying to be a servant, trying to be struggling to be a representative, you know, through the parampara system. Not even Krishna's director, through the parampara system. Trying. So first quality, forgiveness, being equal to everyone. And the third one is, which is again very important one from a devotee care perspective, is unity in diversity. If you look at Lord Shiva's parivar, look at his family. So Lord Shiva, he has snakes around his neck. Then his son Kartikeya's vehicle, that's I think is the right word. His savari is peacock. Peacock and snakes, they don't go well together very well. Yeah. Then who is Lord Shiva's Vahan? He travels on bull. And what is the Vahan of Mother Parvati? Lion. Lion and bull don't go together. Lion is always ready to attack on bull. Right? And then Ganesh. What is Ganesh's savari? Mouse. Snake and mouse, peacock and mouse, they don't go together. So look at Lord Shiva's parivar. But still they are living in harmony. There is no infighting. There is a proper space for everyone. Snake has their own space. Peacock has its own space. Yeah, it's 8:30 Prabhuji. Another few minutes, I'll try to wrap it up. So the third point is unity in diversity. Then the fourth point is he is very dedicated, or as a husband, he takes care of his wife. You know, he looks after that. Or related to that, how you know in Lord Ram's pastime, when Mother Sati went to the forest, yeah, and she changed her outfit to become Sita, Mother Sita. When she came back, Lord Shiva did not accept her as wife. And they said this time when she came back, it's again very long pastime, I'm just shortening it. Then when she comes back, then Lord Shiva doesn't allow her to sit next to him. He says, now you sit in front of me. Because you changed your dress as or your outlook as my mother, as Mother Sita. So you are now my mother. You can't take this place of my wife. Now you sit in front of me. So he gave her a place in front of him. And then he actually then gave her Gyan. He did not reject her, but then he shared the Harinam, and again, like I said, long pastime. And how he looked after Mother Parvati. He provides her needs. Yeah. So very important, like we call it Matajis. So think of this here, his wife, just for a moment, she changed Mother Sita's outfit, and Lord Shiva straight away said, now I can't accept you as my wife. So very important in our dealings with Matajis around us. That is why Prabhupada stressed so much. So you can say maybe the fourth quality is dealing with Matajis. So Lord Shiva's first quality was forgiveness. He is equal to everyone. Unity in diversity, and our dealings with Matajis. How respectful, and that is not just for the sake of it. The karma, the man, and the vachan, all three were manasa, vacho, karma. What is in the mind, what is in the vachan. Sometimes the words, we just speak the words, but mind is running here and there. Yeah, and then the actions are doing something different. So that's fourth lesson. we can learn from Lord Shiva. And the final and the most important lesson is Lord Shiva is always helping us go towards Krishna. Like Lord Shiva in this, what he is saying, Yat Priyate, what pleases Hari Bhagavati. Yeah, that pleases me and that also pleases Charachara. That pleases everyone. I will just quickly describe one pastime and then we can close this. So very often it is said that the ISKCON we don't respect Lord Shiva. Once what happened is our own His Holiness Radhanath Swami Maharaj. As we know, Radhanath Swami Maharaj, he was a staunch Lord Shiva follower. And once Maharaj was going to Amarnathji, and that too in a public train. Second class train, Maharaj was standing all the way, started from Mumbai and going there. It's going to be about 32 hours journey from Mumbai to up in J&K, where Amarnath caves are. So Maharaj left. He was in the train. He couldn't get a ticket, so he was standing all the way, and it was becoming difficult for him to breathe because he was just standing packed. But it was his nista. So he was standing there, then suddenly a station comes, and there he sees so much crowd on the station. He thinks this is a very big station. Maybe the train will stop here for 5-10 minutes. I can step out, breathe some fresh air, and come back in. So Maharaj just steps out of the train and he breathes the fresh air and he thinks maybe 2 more minutes. And as he was doing that, the train leaves. The train leaves. Maharaj doesn't know where he is. But there is so much crowd on the station, Maharaj then starts asking around, what is this place? Where am I? And he asks some people and they say, this is called Mathura. Maharaj says, this is Mathura. Why so much crowd here today? They said, today is Janmashtami. Maharaj said, oh, Janmashtami. And then he inquires and they tells him this is Lord Krishna's birthplace. And then Maharaj goes and take darshan. There he meets devotees from Vrindavan. And he got so impressed from those devotees. Then he asked them how to go to Vrindavan. So Maharaj goes to Vrindavan. Maharaj goes to Vrindavan and there he got so impressed by the behavior of the Vrijvasis. And he was so pleased that how lovingly they were offering things to Krishna. Everyone was offering things to Krishna. Maharaj got so attracted. And as we know, rest is the story. So the conclusion is Maharaj says that it was Lord Shiva who directed him to Lord Krishna. And not just that, Prabhuji Mataji, I've heard some of the personal experiences where so many have said they used to go to Lord Shiva and Lord Krishna. Even in Mumbai, our temple, Gopinath temple, and opposite there's a Shiva temple or nearby. Somebody used to go to both the temples. But they say after some time when they were continuing to go to Lord Shiva, they were getting message from inside that please don't come to me now. You may go to Lord Krishna's. You have gone to the right place. Keep going and take darshan of Radha Gopinath. So that's another quality of Lord Shiva, Prabhuji Mataji. He is directing he's not like my followers are my followers. It is said that sometimes, people can leave everything, but it's very hard for them to leave the followers. Very important. But Lord Shiva, he's not like that. He's passing those, he's sending those devotees, followers, that you go to Krishna. Now you got the higher taste. Yeah. So that is the fifth quality, Prabhuji Mataji. If we can implement these, try and implement these in our practice, in our day-to-day lives, and also use them possibly in our devotee care activities, being equal to everyone, unity in diversity, having forgiveness, being respectful to the Matajis, like Lord Shiva. And then the fifth one is helping others go towards Krishna, who is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. They are ultimately Krishna's devotees. Yeah. So with that, Prabhuji Mataji, I will stop here. Yeah. So thank you very much to the temple management team, for the devotee care team, for giving me this opportunity. And I ask your forgiveness if I spoke something out of turn. Yeah. Please forgive me and please bless me so that I continue doing this service. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna. Dhanavad Pranam.
राम राम हरे हरे। हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे। जय जय राधा गोपीनाथ भगवान की। हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे। हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे। हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्णा हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे। हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्णा हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे। हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्णा हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे। हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्णा हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे। हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे। हरे कृष्णा हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे। हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे। हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे। हरे कृष्णा हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे। हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे। हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे। Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Shanarthi gain राधा कृष्ण प्राण मोरा जुगल किशोर राधा कृष्ण प्राण मोरा जुगल किशोर जीवने मरने गति यार नाही जीवने मरने गति नाही मोह। राधा कृष्ण प्राण मोर जुगल किशोर। जीवने मरने गति आरे नाही मोर। जीवने कालिंदीरा कुले केली कादंबेर बान। कालिंदीरा कुले केली।
नमस्ते गौरवाणी श्रीमूर्तये दीनतारिणे रूपानुगा विरुदापसिदंत द्वंतहारिणे स्वाहा स्वाहा स्वाहा। Namaste. What is it now? Where is this written? I don't see it. Oh, it's in. I see. Some are highlighted and some are. That's tricky. Okay. Namo Gaurikishoraya Sakzat Vairagya Murtaye Vipralamba Rasambodhe Padambujaya Te Namaha Swaha Swaha Swaha. Namo Bhakti Vinodaya Satsidananda Namine Gaura Shakti Swarupaya Rupanuga Varayate Swaha 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 Swaha. Okay. Gauravir Bhava Bhumestvam Nirdesta Sajjana Priyaha Vaisnav Sarvabhoma Shri Jagannataya Te Namaha Swaha Swaha Swaha. Namo Maha Vadanyaya Krishna Prema Pradayate Krishnaya Krishna Chaitanya Namna Gaura Trisnamaha Swaha Swaha Swaha. Panchatattvamakam Krishna Bhaktarupa Swarupakam Bhaktavataram Bhaktakyam Namami Bhakta Shaktikam Swaha Swaha Swaha. Jayatam Surato Pangor Mama Mandamatir Gati Matsarvasa Padambojo Radhamadana Mohana Swaha, Swaha, Swaha. Divya Vrindaranya Kalpadrumada Srimad Ratnagara Simhasanastu Srimad Radha Srila Govinda Devo Prastalibi Sevyamano Smarami Swaha 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 Sriman Rasa Rasarambi Vamsivata Tatastitaha Karsan Venu Swanaya Gopi Gopinata Shri Estunaha Swaha 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 Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Swaha 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Swaha Swaha Swaha. Everything is special. No, why not? It is nice. You made a nice arrangement. So now we're coming to the Purnahuti. And the Purnahuti means there where the which completes the entire offerings. So at that time you can stand up, take the banana between two folded hands. Namo Brahmanya Devaya Go Brahmana Hitaya Cha Jagatitaya Krishnaya Govindaya Namo Namaha Namo Brahmanya Devaya Go Brahmana Hitaya Cha Jagatitaya Krishnaya Govindaya Namo Namaha Namo Brahmanya Devaya Go Brahmana Hitaya Cha Jagatitaya Krishnaya Govindaya Namo Namaha. And Swaha Swaha Swaha. So then Kirtan will start. You can circumambulate the fire, and after you've circumambulated 3 times, then you can take the fruits and distribute them to all the people. And if you can then do the... Thank you very much. Yeah, Ashik, let's go. Sitting up? Standing up? Okay, I'll do it. No, just take your drink and I'll sit. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Don't take them and let her distribute. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama, Hare Hare. A little fast, hey. Slow down. Not too fast. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, oh, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Gaura Haribo, 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 Nitya Gaura Haribo. Nitya Gaura Haribo, 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 Nitya Gaura Haribo. Jaya Radha, Gopinatha Radha, Gopinatha Radha, Gopinatha Sri Radha. Gopinatha Sri Radha, Jaya Radha, Gopinatha Radha, Gopinatha Radha, Gopinatha Sri Radha. Jaya Radha, Gopinatha Radha, Gopinatha Radha. Jaya Radha, Gopinatha Radha, Gopinatha Radha. Ah, you're not listening. Oh, oh. Jaya Radha, Gopinatha Radha, Gopinatha Radha, Gopinatha Radha. Jaya 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 Radha, Gopinatha Radha, Gopinatha Radha, Gopinatha Sri Radha. Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Srila Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Srila Prabhupada. Harita Gaura Haribo, 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 Nitya Gaura Haribo. Nitai Gaura Premanande, Nitai Gaura Premanande. Harinama, Harinama, Harinama eva kevalam. Kalo naste vanaste vanaste vagatiranyata. Bolo. Param Vijayate Sri Krishna Sankirtanam ki
That was the end. Gopidanaba Girivaradari Jaya Gopidanaba Girivaradari Yasodanandana Brajanana Ranjana Yasodanandana Brajanana Ranjana Yamuna Tira Yamuna Tira Vanachari. Raya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shri Vasari Gaura Bhakta-vrinda Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Prabhupada. Prabhupada,
Jaya Prabhupada.
Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Harinam Sankirtan Yagya ki jai, Ananta Koti Vaishnava Vrinda ki jai. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. 12:23. Hare Krishna. So before we continue, I just wanted to say today is Akshay Tritiya. So Akshay Tritiya is a significant day. It is a day to make a new beginning. And whatever is started on that day will produce very good results. It says Akshay means that which has no ending or no impediment. Tritiya means the third day. And it says on this day, it was Ganga that descended to earth. Lord Parasuram also appeared on this day. Draupadi, she got the Akshay Patra plate on this day. And from the sun god, the plate that could produce unlimited prasadam. And it's the beginning of Chandan Yatra. And in general, if there's anything to make a long-term commitment on this day, it's a good day for that. I thought I'll just share that, since can take advantage. I almost took sannyas on Akshay Tritiya, but the priest got a toothache. So it was a day later. Then we read text number 23. Srimad Bhagavatam's first canto, chapter 12, entitled Birth of Emperor Pariksit, text 23. Pitamaha samasamye prasade girisupamaha asraya sarva bhutanam yata devoramasraya pitamaha samasamye prasade girisupamaha asraya sarva bhutanam yata devoramasraya Ladies?
Asraya Sarvabhutanam
Pitamaha, the grandfather or Brahma. Samaha, equally good. Samye, in the matter. Prasade, in charity or in munificence. Girisha, Lord Shiva. Upamaha, comparison of equilibrium. Asrayaha, resort. Sarva, all. Bhutanam, of the living beings. Yata, as. Deva, the Supreme Lord. Rama Asrayaha, the personality of Godhead. Translation. This child will be like his grandfather Yudhisthira or Brahma in equanimity of mind. He will be munificent like the Lord of the Kailash hill Shiva, and he will be the resort of everyone, like the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Narayan, who is even the shelter of the Goddess of Fortune. Purport. Mental equanimity refers both to Maharaj Yudhisthira and to Brahma, the grandfather of all living beings. According to Sridhar Swami, the grandfather referred to is Bhishma, but according to Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur, the grandfather is Maharaj Yudhisthira himself. But in both cases, the comparison is equally good, because both of them are recognized representatives of the Supreme Lord. And thus both of them have to maintain mental equanimity, being engaged in welfare work for the living being. That's why in the translation we see that both are there. The child will be like his grandfather, Yudhisthira or Brahma, in equanimity of mind. So Srila Prabhupada has just taken the commentary and edited it into the translation, because if you look carefully, you don't see any. It's not specified who Pitamaha is. Pitamaha is generally the name of Lord Brahma in the universe. He's the grandfather, sometimes grandsire of all in the universe. He was the first living being in the universe. But then we see that it could also refer to Yudhisthira. This child will be like his grandfather Yudhisthira. So Prabhupada just incorporated Sridhar Swami and Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur. So we see sometimes the acharyas have a little different angle, different interpretation on a verse. But Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, one who does not agree with the commentary of Sridhar Swami is, well, the way he said it, he said in Bengali, he said, one who is not in agreement with the Swami is a prostitute, because the word Swami in Bengali is not only used for a sannyasi, but the title is also used for a husband. So it's in traditional India, a lady who is not in agreement with the husband is a prostitute, they said. Sridhar Swami. So Lord Chaitanya, 500 years ago, spoke like that for anyone who was not in agreement with the commentary of Sridhar Swami. So you see, Prabhupada is very careful not to overstep that and to keep that intact. So the child will be like his grandfather Yudhisthira, or will be like his grandfather, like the grandfather of all, Lord Brahma. I'll go back to the purport now. Any responsible executive agent at the top of administration has to tolerate different types of onslaughts from the very persons for whom he works. Brahmaji was criticized even by the gopis, the highest perfectional devotees of the Lord. The gopis were dissatisfied with the work of Brahma because Lord Brahma, as creator of this particular universe, created eyelids which obstructed their seeing Lord Krishna. They could not tolerate a moment's blinking of the eyes, for it kept them from seeing their beloved Lord Krishna. So what to speak of others who are naturally very critical of every action of a responsible man? Similarly, Maharaj Yudhisthira, okay, again, I'll comment a little. So, it is mentioned that Lord Brahma was meditating for a very long time to attain self-realization. It is said, and when it came to understanding the gopis, it is said Lord Brahma, he meditated for 60,000 of his years, which are very long, on the dust of the lotus feet of the gopis. So not even on the gopis, but the dust of their feet, considering that this dust somehow or other had the ability to stay there at their feet. Therefore, Lord Brahma was also thinking, if I could stay there at their feet, then maybe I can at least get some mercy, so that I can approach, at least approach their mood of love for Krishna. So, therefore, the gopis certainly were eligible to criticize Lord Brahma. In the eternal relationship, the gopis are superior to Lord Brahma. Of course, in the universal arrangement in this world, they are not. They are cowherd girls from Vrindavan, and Lord Brahma is the original grandfather who is to be respected by all living beings. But yes, we find in the Garga Samhita, we find a description which is interesting. We find a description about Golok, and we find a description about the demigods. And it said there that the demigods were approaching Lord Vishnu, and they were approaching Lord Vishnu for instructions on how to deal with the problem of demons in the universe. Then when they were there, they found a channel, a tunnel, and in there was a river, and they went in a boat and they crossed and they came to the spiritual world, to Golok. And so they found a hidden connection to Golok, and they actually came to Golok, and they were able to take darshan. Right? Of course, that whole reality of Golok, of Krishna and the gopis, was a very exalted reality beyond them. Right? So there we see in the Garga Samhita, which is recognized as a bona fide scripture by our acharyas. There we see that description of the real hierarchy, how the gopis are superior to Lord Brahma, and that Lord Brahma can never fully understand the depth of their love. So, in terms of love, they are superior. The same is also delineated in the Brihad Bhagavatamrita, because that's what the Brihad Bhagavatamrita does. As Gopakumar is traveling through the universe, he's going step by step to higher regions and to higher devotees. So, also here, then the gopis are coming out as the topmost. I'll go now back to the purport. Similarly, Maharaj Yudhisthira had to cross over many difficult situations created by his enemies, and he proved to be the most perfect maintainer of mental equanimity in all critical circumstances. Therefore, the example of both grandfathers for maintaining equanimity of mind is quite fitting. There is a verse which describes how Yudhisthira had to cross an ocean which was filled with very powerful aquatics and all-devouring aquatics. What was his chance? But somehow or other he crossed that ocean, somehow or other, by the mercy of the Lord. So it is by the mercy of the Lord that both grandfathers were able to maintain mental equanimity in all critical circumstances. How can you maintain mental equanimity in all critical circumstances? It gets to a point where it's just too much, the limit. But when one can see Krishna at any time, then that is our shelter. Not that one is not experiencing the hardship. We are not impersonalists. So we are experiencing the difficulty, but a pure devotee immediately takes shelter of Krishna. And so, in this way, then he sees it is all simply Krishna, Krishna's arrangement, Krishna's energy, and Krishna will surely protect me. And in this way, Narakesu, Swarga Pavaraka Narakesu Apitulyarta Darsina. That whether he is in heaven or in hell, he is always equipoised, not affected by this, because he's really with Krishna, not anywhere else. Lord Shiva is a celebrated demigod who awards gifts to beggars. His name is Asutosh, or one who is pleased very easily. He is also called the Bhutanath, or the Lord of the common folk, who were mainly attached to him because of his munificent gifts, even without considering of the after effects. Ravana was very attached to Lord Shiva, and by easily pleasing him, Ravana became so powerful that he wanted to challenge the authority of Lord Ram. Of course, Ravana was never helped by Lord Shiva when he fought with Ram, the Supreme Personality of Godhead and the Lord of Shiva. To Vrikasura, Lord Shiva awarded a benediction, which was not only awkward but also disturbing. Vrikasura became empowered by the grace of Lord Shiva to vanish anyone's head simply by touching it. It is said that Vrikasura was offering his own flesh into the fire. He's cutting off bits of his flesh and offering it into a sacrificial fire. So a very ghastly approach to worship. And ultimately Lord Shiva appeared before him. And then he wanted the benediction that whoever head he would touch, that head would explode. A friendly fellow. So this was awarded by Lord Shiva. Although this was awarded by Lord Shiva, the cunning fellow wanted to make an experiment of the power of touching the head of Lord Shiva. Thus the Lord had to take shelter of Vishnu to save himself from trouble. And the Lord Shiva, by his illusory potency, asked Vrikasura to make an experiment with his own head. We remember that the Lord took the form of a brahmachari, a nice, non-threatening kind of spiritual personality. So Vrikasura comes here and he is sort of running after Lord Shiva all over the universe. Then the brahmachari stands there and says, "Oh, my dear Vrikasura, why you are so running so much? Don't you know that the body is very valuable? And that when you are running like this and exhausting your body, that is bad for your health." Vrikasura was thinking, well, intelligent boy. Really? I mean, indeed, the body is very important. And he gives good advice. So he stopped and he said, "No, I am running because Lord Shiva gave me the benediction that whosever head I will touch, that head will explode. And I'm trying to touch his head." Ah, said the brahmachari, I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I don't think Lord Shiva gave you that benediction. I think he cheated you. No, he definitely gave it to me. Nah, I don't think so. I think he cheated you. If you think it works, then why don't you touch your own head? And then Vrikasura touched his own head and it exploded. So somehow or other, Lord Vishnu, by his illusory potency, asked Vrikasura to make an experiment with his own head. The fellow did it and was finished himself. So the world was saved from all sorts of trouble by such a cunning beggar of the demigods. The excellent point is that Lord Shiva never denies anyone any sort of gift. He's therefore the most generous, although sometimes some kind of a mistake is made. Ram, that's the next topic then. Ram means the goddess of fortune. So Ram, there is Lord Ramachandra, and Ramanti Yogino Nanti Satchananda Chitatmani Iti Rama Padena So Param Brahma Vidiyate. There is that Lord Ram is the embodiment of transcendental happiness, basically. And then there is, so the word Ram is referring to transcendental happiness, and to Ramante means to enjoy. Then Rama Devi is referring to the goddess of fortune. So she is also called Rama Devi, because she is also an enjoying. Therefore, it's one of her names, of the goddess of fortune, Rama Devi, the one who is enjoying transcendental pleasure. Rama Devi, purport continues, Rama Devi means the goddess of fortune, and her shelter is Lord Vishnu. Lord Vishnu is the maintainer of all living beings. There are innumerable living beings, not only on the surface of this planet, but also in all other hundreds of thousands of planets. All of them are provided with all necessities of life for the progressive march toward the end of self-realization. But on the path of sense gratification, they are put into difficulty by the agency of Maya, the illusory energy, and so travel the path of a false plan of economic development. So first of all, Srila Prabhupada makes the point that there is life throughout the universe. And it says the living beings are sarvaga. Sarvaga means they're present everywhere. It's said not only on this planet, but on all planetary systems, even in between the planets, even between the atoms, there are living beings everywhere. However, when we speak to life on other planets, they say that they're going to Mars and so on, and at least put machines on there with cameras, but no sign of life as yet. They say. But why do they think, in the first place, that all that life would have to be within the range of our senses? Even when there are many things outside of the range of our senses here. There are sounds which we cannot hear, but dogs can hear because they have a bigger range of frequency than human beings, and so on. So there are so many things that exist that we cannot perceive with our senses here. And our senses have a particular range. Why would it have to be that life on other planets is within the range of our senses? So that in itself is childish thinking. There is no life in the universe. But all life then must be according to them, within the range of our senses. That is already one argument to consider. So in this way, approaching life in the universe through our senses is a very limited experience. We know we cannot perceive the demigods. We don't see them, and yet they exist, but on a more subtle plane. Our eyes are not able to see. They exist beyond our range. As simple as that. So all the living entities are provided with the necessities of life for the progressive march towards the end of self-realization. But on the path of sense gratification, they're put into difficulty by the agency of Maya, the illusory energy, and so travel the path of a false plan of economic development. So that's not only here. Maya is not only active on our planet. Maya is active throughout the universe. Different living beings are covered to a different degree by Maya. But even the demigods, although they are devotees, they're not free from the influence of Maya. They are still trying to enjoy their senses. Therefore, Srila Prabhupada pointed out that he said many devotees may be going towards the heavenly planets because they are still so much pursuing the pleasure of the senses. Not speaking about internally still having desires to satisfy the senses, but pursuing. So now, should we become afraid? Maybe we go to the heavenly planets. No, but we should have a sense of strictness. It's not that I'm trying to really instill fear, but one must be careful not to miss the opportunity. Going back to Godhead is ultimately the goal of life. What else is there? Everything else is anyway the illusory energy. So in the conditioned state, we may think this looks better than that, this place is better than that place, but that's in one sense the conditioned state. In the liberated state, there's no such distinction, because in the liberated state, whether we are in a situation influenced by the mode of ignorance or in a situation influenced by the mode of goodness, it is still Abrahma Bhuvana Loka Punaravatino Arjuna Mamu Pejutu Kuntyo Punar Janmana Vijate. It is still within the universe and where repeated birth and death takes place. So there's still suffering. Satya Loka, Brahma Loka is known as Satya Loka. But even then, the place in goodness, still birth and death. So, therefore, we're not so concerned with any place in this universe. We just really are concerned getting out of here. That means we have to be a little careful of having mixed desires, right? Of having desires to enjoy the universe. I mean, we have to watch out for that. Not from, not that fear should be the main motivation in our spiritual life. When our spiritual life is fear-driven, that's not uncommon, but that is condemned in the Bhagavatam. Bhagavatam says that out of fear of me, the wind blows, the sun rises, all the functions are simply are happening out of fear. Shutim aparishmitim itre bharatam anje bhajanta bhavabhita aham iham nanda vande yasya linda param brahma. In that verse, it is stated that some are following the Shruti, some are following the Smriti, some are following the Itihasas like the Mahabharata, and said, but all are doing so out of fear. But I am worshipping Nanda Maharaj because in the courtyard of his house, the absolute truth, Param Brahma, is playing like a child. So, fear is not our business. A little fear of Maya, yes, should be there, but it's not our constant meditation. But we are careful in dealing with Maya. Watch out. It's like being in the zoo. Don't get too close to the cage. Right? No selfies near the cage and all that things. Because it's, just one little snap and they are faster than we are. Right? These animals. So what to do? Jagadananda Pandit in the Prema Vivarta is saying Krishna Bhaya Mukahaya Bhogavan Chakara Nikatastamaya Tarajapatiyahaya. He's saying that he's speaking about taking it to the edge. When you are Krishna Bhaya Mukahaya, when we are flirting with the material energy and getting close to the material energy, then he says that we should know that it's not a matter of falling down, but that Maya will slap us down. So that was an interesting statement of Jagadananda Pandit. He didn't just speak about the risk of falling down, but he said, no, Maya will slap you down if you get too close to Maya. Krishna Bhaya Mukahaya. So that's interesting. You get slapped down. Yeah. So therefore, all right, we have some respect for Maya and we keep some distance. We're not going to unnecessarily take it to the edge. I heard of, in the past, of two sannyasis who are not sannyasis anymore, who went in tight swimming trunks to the beach in Saint-Tropez, and one said to the other, I guess we've taken it to the edge. Boom! They got slapped down. So we are careful. We are protecting ourselves, our spiritual life. We're not thinking we are immune to the influence of the illusory energy. And I have one story, which is a story about Gandhi and his movement. And that Gandhi, in his movement, he was prescribing celibacy for his leaders. So one of Gandhi's leaders was had been celibate for many years, 20 years, but was married. So, separate bedrooms, right? That also happens in the Hare Krishna movement at times. So anyway, that was going on, but then a political adversary sent a lady to make him fall down. So, she was a professional lady, so she made all the professional moves, and stretching a leg here and showing a breast there, and it agitated the mind of this man. But he didn't fall down with that lady, never happened. But that night, for the first time in 20 years, he went to the bedroom of his wife. So, now the story is whatever it is, I'm not buying morally into the story, but why I find the story interesting is that he was exposed in one situation, and he picked up a seed in that situation, which came out in another one. Now, if it can work like that, think of those dynamics. You pick up a seed in one situation, and it comes out in another situation. That's tricky, because you may think, this movie, it's not really affecting me. Yes, there are some scenes that are really not appropriate, but I'm not really watching them. But what if they create seeds? Right? So Maya works like that. We pick up seeds, and these seeds come out later. We find in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, as evidence for such a statement, a description of the unwanted creepers that come up along with the bhakti creeper. So there's the bhakti lata beach, the seed of bhakti, and then there's the seed of unwanted things that grow side by side like weeds. So there we go. The seed dynamics are recognized in that metaphor in Chaitanya Charitamrita. And I illustrated it with the story of Gandhi, which is very interesting, I think. At least to me, that is a significant point, not just something of academic interest from, how interesting I read that. No, it was for me something I marked, and that became something I keep in mind in my spiritual life. It determined my attitude in how I deal with things. From that, I sort of felt, okay, in my dealings with Maya, I should keep this in mind. Yeah. Because we all have dealings with Maya, right? All the time. Every day. Every day we have to deal with Maya. As soon as in the temple, we can try and limit it, but Maya is also in the temple, right? And Maya is everywhere. Maya is in our mind. Right? We also, although we may be the most paka devotee in the Hare Krishna movement and everything, all the attributes are proper, but can we say we never have improper thoughts or improper desires? Spiritual life clearly means an inner battle, right, between the higher self and the lower self. And are we sometimes getting compromised? Are we? Getting compromised doesn't necessarily mean a fall down. It can also mean that we are becoming slack. We may be slack. We may, it doesn't matter so much. This doesn't matter so much. That doesn't matter so much. But all these things that don't matter so much are maybe the seed for something that grows into something bigger. First, it's small things don't matter. They say it's like there's the spiritual path and it's a straight line. Then when you are going in a slightly different direction, not straight, then it's like two lines and they gradually grow apart. So in this way, we are careful in our dealings with Maya, and therefore personal strictness, even on so-called smaller things, is relevant, like Prabhupada says. Surrender means to follow all the rules and regulations, all the small ones, not just big ones, but many little ones. Now I don't want to make that the thrust of this lecture, where I go towards how to be afraid of Maya, how to protect ourselves of Maya, 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 and our whole meditation is just Maya, Maya, Maya. No, that's not there at all. It's rather but something has to be there. It is said one must put some fence around the devotional creeper. In Chaitanya Charita, if I go with the Bhakti Lata beach, and then there's the devotional creeper, we put a fence around the devotional creeper to protect it. It's not that the fence is what it's all about. Put a fence around your creeper, put a fence around your creeper, make sure your creeper is fenced. That's not the meditation. Water the creeper, right? The creeper doesn't live by the fence. The creeper lives by the water of Sravanam, Kirtanam, Jala, Sechana. Water your creeper with hearing and chanting. Right? It is said that is the essence. The fence must be there, but that's just, to make sure your little creeper doesn't get eaten by some big cow or goat or camel or whatever eats creepers. So like this, we're protecting ourselves, keeping ourselves safe on the spiritual platform. In the 11th canto, there's an example of a personality who was a big miser during his life, and then his family rejected him, and he was a Brahmana, and and no one wanted to know him anymore. Anyway, he took sannyas. But then as a sannyasi, he got so many reactions from his previous actions, and people would give him a hard time. Some people would steal his danda. And said, it even got to a point where some people were urinating upon him. Well, that's pretty intense. He was sitting and doing his chanting, his spiritual practices, and then someone as a joke was urinating on him. Anyway, that's heavy. And then it says there that whatever happens, even when people are urinating upon you, you have to keep yourself safe on the spiritual platform. So this point of keeping ourselves safe is sort of really highlighted in the Srimad Bhagavatam as like something to keep in mind. But it is only the fencing, it is the separate thing. The essence is Sravana Kirtanan Jalasechana. It is really hearing and chanting, getting absorbed in Krishna, that's what it's about. Right? And that's the one thing that is difficult. Somehow or other, we don't want to do that. Yes, I'll fast. No, it's not about fasting. Yes, fasting is good. In a sense, it's part of the fence. It's reinforcing the fence. That's all. You fast, it sort of helps to control the senses, reinforces the fence. But the essence is not the fence. The essence is hearing and chanting, getting attracted to Krishna. Maya Shaktamana. Ashaktamana means attached mind to Krishna. The mind must become attached to Krishna somehow or other. That's really what we're talking about. That was the gopis. That was the blinking of the eyes that they didn't want because of great attachment to Krishna. That is what we are striving. That is the core of bhakti. Their bhakti is different. Their bhakti is not the most austere. Their bhakti is not about, oh, mirror, mirror on the wall, who can fast the longest of all? Oh, mirror, mirror on the wall, who is the toughest of all? Who can take his bath in the coldest water? Right? I mean, you take a bucket of cold water from the tap in the winter and you put a block of ice inside. Is it cold enough? Not really. Could be colder. I've had colder in my days. When we used to cut the warm water tap off with a hacksaw so that if you'd go in the shower, you could not even bring your own secret tap to turn on a little warm water. Yes. One brahmachari would go in the shower, push himself against the wall, not to get wet, and then make noises like and then come out. Of course, at one point he didn't pass the smell test. But what can I say? We had one devotee in Adelaide. He would take hot showers for hours. And his name was Raghunath Bhatta. And we named him Raghunath Bathroom Das. What to say? Yeah. What can you do? It's the Hare Krishna movement. We are human beings living with a process. We're somehow or other trying. And that's what it's about. Yes, we're hearing and chanting. Yes, we're getting attracted to Krishna, but maybe not so much as the gopis yet. We still blink our eyes. We still keep our eyes closed when we're falling asleep. Like during the Bhagavatam, we don't have so much taste for hearing and chanting yet. It's more out of duty. So, therefore, we depend on the present. When we are engaging in spiritual life out of duty, then we are more reliant on the present than the gopis. The gopis were so absorbed in remembrance of Krishna that it didn't matter wherever they were internally with Krishna. But because we are not internally with Krishna, therefore the present means more to us. Therefore we do need a supportive situation, and therefore we do need friendship. Most of all, you can tolerate a lot. That the water is not so warm, you can tolerate. Even that the prasadam is not always cooked perfectly, you can tolerate. When there are really good bonds with people. In the present situation, that is the most important, because when we cannot find our satisfaction in the relationship with Krishna, because we're not deep enough yet, then the next level is finding it with human beings. And therefore, that is something in our movement where we can invest more to make it more, to make it easier. And so these 6 loving exchanges between the Vaishnavas, Dadati Pratikrina Ti Guyam Agata Prichati Bhungte Bhujayati Chaiva Satvinam Priti Laksanam. These the 6 loving exchanges, giving gifts and receiving gifts. One has to also receive the gift and use it. There's the example of Upendra. Upendra, he gave Prabhupada as his dakshin after initiation, his baby blanket. Now, somehow or other, the baby blanket, he kept it his whole life into adulthood and as his most treasured possession, and then he offered it to Prabhupada as dakshin. So Prabhupada looks like, what is this? It's just like, Prabhupada, this is my most treasured possession. And Prabhupada said, it's useless. And so, his baby blanket was useless. So Upendra was destroyed. But then the next day, he came into the room, and Prabhupada had put the baby blanket on the floor as an asana. He found some use for it. That was Prabhupada. He found some use for it. One Mayavadi, there was sometimes these programs where there was also some Mayavadi speaking, some big Pandal program or something. So one of these big Indian programs, there was a Mayavadi, and the Mayavadi had brought brochures with him, and he gave Prabhupada the brochure. And Prabhupada said, "Oh, very nice brochure, very nice." So he said, "Oh, you like?" Then he gave a whole box. So here's this box of Mayavadi brochures, and Prabhupada told the devotees, "Please, yes, please look after the box." So then some 2 weeks later on a Sunday feast, Prabhupada asked, he said, that box with the brochures, where is that? Please bring that box with the brochures. So the devotees like, box with the brochures? Mayavadi brochures? Mayavadi? Right? And then they brought the box with the brochures. Then Prabhupada says, "Oh, very good. Please give everyone a brochure." It's like, no, what's going on? Now he's giving everyone Mayavadi brochures. This is very serious. And then, okay, but no one dared to say anything. They were distributed. And then Prabhupada said, "So did everyone get one of the brochures?" And then Prabhupada told all the guests, he said, "Okay, now please," it was a threefold thing, He said, "Now fold it open and put it flat on the ground in front of you." And then Prabhupada had prasadam served on top of it and used it as plates. And in this way, he accepted that gift of the Mayavadi, and he engaged it in service of the Lord. Now that's accepting gifts, not only like, "Oh, thank you so much, that is really lovely," as soon as the person's gone, like useless, right? One of them is supposed to do this. No. But Prabhupada really accepted the gift, and somehow or other was, how do I engage this gift in Krishna's service so that the person gets benefit? So giving gifts, receiving gifts, these are loving exchanges. Prabhupada had a watch. Someone gave him another watch. Prabhupada was wearing both watches. There's a picture. You may know the photo. It's a famous photo of Prabhupada with two watches. And you look at him, he's got two watches. One next to each other. It's just like... So, loving exchanges. Loving exchanges. Oh, we have to learn the art of loving exchanges. Confidentially revealing the mind. Confidentiality. Don't tell anybody, but you know what I mean. So-and-so told me in confidence. It's like really, don't tell. No, I swear, definitely. No. You know me, I never tell anything to anyone. Please. What is it? Oh, no, really? Oh, no, I never imagined that. And he's like, "Psst, hey, Hamza, can you keep a secret?" So confidentiality, without it, how can there be trust? How can there be trust? So first we must be trustworthy. And if we are trustworthy, then people will open up. Otherwise everyone will live with a facade. And when everyone lives with a facade, then we will all hide from each other and say Hare Krishna, Hare Bol, and everything. And we're a very artificial movement with not real relationships. Bhungtibu Jayati Chaiva. Giriraj Maharaj, once we're taking prasadam with Giriraj Maharaj, and then he said, it's a well-known fact that cows that are being fed together, they give more milk. So this culture of taking prasadam is there amongst the associates of Lord Chaitanya, of Krishna. Yeah, so that giving prasadam, sharing prasadam, having some nice prasadam, and instead of taking it ourselves, giving it to someone, the real good stuff, not like the sort of stuff you don't like. Here, got some nice prasadam for you. Oh, thank you very much. No, the real stuff, the, like this. We have to conquer. That's my last point. When Lord Chaitanya had left to take sannyas, all the devotees were very, very much in separation. Then Nityananda sent Acharya Ratna with a message. Nityananda was with Lord Chaitanya, Acharya Ratna also. He sent Acharya Ratna back with a message, and the message was, somehow or other, I will bring the Lord to the house of Advaita Acharya. When Advaita Acharya received that message from Nityananda, he jumped up and down and he just called out, he said, Nityananda, 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 what a friend, what a friend. He has conquered me. Now, this is a very interesting point. How in relationships one has to conquer. One has to conquer someone. And that's how it is. We're all sitting next to each other. And unless we conquer each other, each other's hearts, by doing something that we really love, unless we do that, we'll never have deep, deep friendships. But that's what this movement is for deep, real friendships. Okay, thank you so much. I'll leave you with that. Oh, Sydney, I'm in transit, zooming through Sydney very fast. So I thought, since I've come so short, I should say something with a little impact, something, a strong statement. So that's what I tried to do. Any question, any comment?
Just a question regarding yesterday's initiation class. During the class you mentioned Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj and how we need to ask each other slowly giving up all of the identities. He also mentioned that he gave up his initiated names and things like that, but we're often told that we should keep these names very dear to our heart because they'll help us remember our spiritual master.
Sure. No, of course, these were dear to him, but he could see that these were also temporary identities. Now that he was leaving, he also understood that he was, that he had been Ganesham, but that soon he would no more be Ganesham. And he also realized that he was Bhakti Tirtha Swami, but that soon he would no longer be Bhakti Tirtha Swami. That's what he was realizing. So in that way, he was saying goodbye. He was, as he said, die before dying. In Beggar number 4, he wrote 4 books in a series called The Beggar. And in Beggar number 4, it's dedicated to die before dying, which is a Vedic principle, right? Sannyas, taking sannyas after marriage is like dying, right? You know, when you take sannyas and you do the traditional yajna, you're supposed to begin with a shraddha ceremony. And, you know, and who are you doing it for? For yourself. You're actually chant all the mantras for offering, you know, benedictions on behalf of the deceased ancestors, and you put your own name there. You know, that's what you have to do traditionally. I was there at Krishna Kshetra Maharaj's sannyas, and I reminded him of that. He liked it. So that was the spirit, you know, of. Not that it was that these names were not dear to him; they were very dear to him, because, as you say, a gift of Prabhupada. But realizing very well, you know, just a few more days, and it will be all gone. So to think like that sometimes, you know, I mean, you know, this planet is referred to as Mrityuloka, the planet of death. The demigods are looking down upon this planet as like, look at those creatures. You know, look at those creatures. They live so short. And they have to do everything in these tiny little lives. You know, just as we're looking at these insects that live only one night, and to do everything in one night. Take birth, grow up, have children, you know, grow old, and then die all in one night? I mean, is it worth it? So the demigods are looking at these human beings like that, like this, they have such little lives. Is it even worth it? Yeah. And they try so hard, is it worth it? So to say goodbye to these identities, that was Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj's mood. I can relate to it very much. Yeah, so bye-bye, Kadambakananda Swami. Soon enough, right? You know, the wet gover and the dry gover. You know, cowden, wet cowden, dry cowden. The wet cowden is laughing at the dry cowden. Ah, you're going in the fire. Yeah, wait a while, you'll be going in the fire very soon yourself. You're just drying. And then you'll go in as well. Everyone goes in the fire. So, bye-bye, all these identities. That was Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj. He never gave up the name. Until his last breath. He kept that name, of course. Still he was saying goodbye to the personality, to the role. You're here, now you're dressed up in this way. So many years ago you were maybe in a university dressed up like a student. Eh? And now you're not that student anymore. One day you'll be not this also. You know. Who are you? Who are you really? Yeah. Well, then, when the carpet gets pulled from underneath of us, then all we can do is think about about what will stay. In this temporary world, the carpet can be pulled from under us. So we should at least somewhere take shelter in what stays, the eternal. Okay. Temporaries. So many people have the carpet pulled from under them. I had a few carpets pulled from under me, and I'm sure others can tell a few magic carpet stories. I had such a beautiful magic carpet. It was like, and then Vrindavan, I could stay for a lifetime. Dedicated there, my service, best temple in the world, best place to be. What's better than serving in Vrindavan? I had that. Bang! Ouch! Life goes on. And Krishna's still there. And devotional service is still there. So do something for Krishna. Can cry over the carpet. Oh, my carpet. Yeah, for a while, but not too long. Let's do something for Krishna. Okay, thank you so much. I'm going to the airport and I'll see you again next time I fly into town. Bye bye. Hare Krishna. Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Yes. Because I will be home. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Gopidhanalabha Girivardhari Jaya Gopidhanalabha Girivardhari Yasodhanandana Brajanana Randana Yasodhanandana Brajanana Randana Yamuna Tira Vanachari Yamuna Tira Vanachari Yamuna Tira Vanachari Jaya Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta-vrinda Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada. Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Shri Prabhupada ki jai, Harinam Sankirtan ki jai, Ananta Koti Vaishnava Vrinda ki jai. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Reading from Srimad Bhagavatam 9th Canto, Chapter 12, entitled The Dynasty of Kusha, text number 7. Tasmat prashushutastasya sandhistasyapyamasanaha mahavamstatssutastasmat Vishva Bahura Jayata Tasmat Prasushrutastasya Sandhistasyapyamarshana Mahasramstatsutastasmat Vishva Bahura Jayata. Ladies, Tasmat from Maru, Prasushruta, his son, Tasya of Prasushruta, Sandhi, a son named Sandhi, Tasya, his Sandhis, Api, also, Amarsanaha, a son named Amarsan, Mahaswan, the son of Amarsan, Tat, this, Sutta, son, Tasmat, from him, Mahaswan, Vishwabahu, Ajayata took birth. Just a moment. So there's no purport, and many verses without purports in the whole chapter. So we'll just finish the chapter. Srila Prabhupada, if the Acharya doesn't comment on a verse, then we should not volunteer to comment, like as if we know more than the Acharya. That's why when there's no purport, we will not speak on that verse. At least not offer a big explanation directly. So, because there's many verses, I'll skip the Sanskrit. From Vishvabahu came a son named Prasenajit. From Prasenajit came Taksak. From Taksat came Brihadbala, who was killed in a fight by your father. All these kings in the dynasty of Ikshvaku have passed away. Now please listen as I describe the kings who will be born in the future. From Brihadbala will become Brihadrana. The son of Brihadrana will be Urukriya, who will have a son named Vatsavrida. Vatsavrida will have a son named Prativyoma, and Prativyoma will have a son named Banu, from whom Divika, a great commander of soldiers, will take birth. Thereafter from Divaka will come a son named Sahadev. From Sahadev a great hero named Brihadasva. From Brihadasva will come Banuman, and from Banuman will come Pratikasva. The son of Pratikasva will be Supratika. Thereafter from Suprati will become Marudev. From Marudev Sunaksatra. From Sunaksatra Pushkar, and from Pushkar Antariksha. The son of Antariksha will be Sutapa, and his son will be Amitrajit. From Amitrajit will come a son Brihadraja. From Brihadraja will come Bari, and from Bari will come Kritanjaya. The son of Kritanjaya will be known as Ananjaya, and from him will come a son named Sanjaya. From Sanjaya will come Sakya. From Sakya will come Sudoda, and from Sudoda will come Langala. From Langala will come Prasenajit, and from Prasenajit Ksudraka. From Ksudraka will come Ranaka. From Ranaka will come Surat, and from Surat will come Sumitra, ending the entire dynasty. This is a description of the dynasty of Brihadbala. The last king in the dynasty of Ikshvaku will be Sumitra. After Sumitra, there will be no more sons in the dynasty of the sun god, and thus the dynasty will end. Thus end the Bhaktivedanta purports of the 9th canto, 12th chapter of Srimad Bhagavatam, entitled The Dynasty of Kusa, the son of Lord Ramachandra. A lot of names. In the 11th canto, there is the Bhumi Gita, the song of the earth. And it is saying that so many kings have ruled, and so many kings have tried to possess me, but now what remains of them is only names, right? All of these personalities were actually very great personalities. But to us, it's just a long list of names. That's what time does. These are the sons of Kush. Lav and Kush were the sons of Lord Ramachandra. So we're seeing here the family lineage coming from Lord Ramachandra, or from Ikshvaku, the sun god. Because there are two dynasties from which the Kshatriyas originate. We can, Brahmanas, we trace back through Lord Brahma, through the various sages that came from the mind of Lord Brahma. And then we have different gotras in this way, Brahminical lineages. And the Kshatriyas we trace back from the moon god and from the sun god. There it begins. Then so many Kshatriyas in this way are. So Lord Ramachandra appeared in the Surya dynasty, the dynasty of the sun god, and Lord Krishna appeared in the dynasty of the moon god, the Chandra Vamsa. So Surya Vamsa and Chandra Vamsa. So in this way, both of these dynasties are blessed with an appearance of the Supreme Lord. So therefore, in the Bhagavatam there is a principle which is said that within a particular family, a certain piety may be maintained. We see that in the narration of Prithu Maharaj, where first there was Vena, an unworthy son, right, in a royal family, who even as a child was misbehaving because in playing with his friends he would kill them, which is a little bit, so I guess he didn't have that many friends who want to play with him. You know, it's not uncommon that kids kind of, you know, shoot another kid, right, whatever, or bow and arrows, and you act dead. But in the case of Vena, they were really dead. They were acting very well. So this was certainly a problem, you could understand. So anyway, still, because there was no king, still when he was adult, actually what happened, his father, Maharaj Anga, became so disgusted with such a son that he just gave up family life and he went into the forest. So then there was a cloud of dust from all the thieves and rogues that came out and start plundering left and right. So they could see we need a strong king to control these criminal elements. So the Brahmanas overlooked the fault of Vena and just crowned him as king anyway. But then of course it became a problem. So because he was no longer willing to follow the authority of the scripture. So then they said, now it's too much. So then they cursed him to die, and he died. But then, because he came from a pure family lineage, they said something must be there. And by some process, don't ask me how, they churned his thighs, right? And from there extracted the Amoga Virya, the spotless potency that was there in the family lineage of so many pious kings. And then Prithu Maharaj became the personification of that. So we see this principle of Amoga Virya. Although it is not that automatically the son of a Kshatriya becomes a Kshatriya, or automatically the son of a Brahmana becomes a Brahmana. It is not that one can become a Brahmana by birth. It is said one is by birth Brahmabandhu, relative of a Brahmana. One is Brahmabandhu. Janmanam jayate Sudra. By birth, everyone is a Sudra. Then, just think one more. Yeah. Sanskaret bhavedvija. By sanskara, one can become twice born. Then Veda Bhavet Vipra. One can become a Vipra, a Brahmana who is learned in performing Karmakanda ritual by following the path of the Vedas. And Brahmana Janatiti Brahman. So a Brahmana is one who has realized Brahman. Aham Brahmasmi. I am not this body. One who is acting. Therefore, one who is not controlled by the senses. Therefore, samodamastapo saucham ksantirarjavam evacha jnana vijnanamastikam brahmakam swabhavajam. Therefore, he is equipoised, sama. His mind is not agitated because he's not influenced by the lower modes of nature. He's influenced by the mode of goodness. And he is dhammas, he is sense controlled. Some influence of the modes of nature may still be there, but predominantly in goodness. So in this way, we can see how a Brahmana is one who attains that position by a process and not by birth. It is a process. Janmanam jayate Sudra, Sanskarit bhavedvija. First, purificatory rituals have to be performed. Then after that is done, all right, then he should study the Vedas. Then, when he studied the Vedas, he can learn of Karmakanda. But not only Karma Kanda, not only the Dharma Shastra, which is especially preoccupied with Karma Kanda, giving us so many rituals, how to bring auspiciousness, and what sanskara to perform before the birth, during the pregnancy, at the time of whatever, different rites of passage. All these sanskaras are basically Karma Kanda rituals. They're aiming to give us material auspiciousness. Still, it is happening. Even the Vaishnavas, the Satkriya Saradipika of Gopalbhatta Goswami gives us many of such sanskaras, and even in our society also. We're doing many things like that, hair cutting, the first writing of the first letter, and all these kind of things. So should we do that or should we not do that? That is the question. If it is Karma Kanda, then should we do it? Or should we just act on a pure transcendental platform? Well, it's certainly the pure transcendental platform is essential. But these sanskaras, they are simply processes for asking blessings at different stages. And if these blessings are used in the service of the Lord, then it's fine. Just like when we are writing the first letter, obviously in the traditional way they start with the first letter of the alphabet, right? Which in Sanskrit alphabet is also A, the long A, right? English is a strange language because what is A, they pronounce as A. What is A, they pronounce as E. And what is E, they pronounce as I. So English, they don't get it. I'm sorry to say. It's like, they don't pronounce the sound as it is written. That is like a weird language. I'm sorry to say. I'm like, we are from the Netherlands, But in Sanskrit, they actually pronounce the sounds like they are written. So A is A and not A. So that's the first letter. So normally in the sanskara, we'll start with that letter, right? But when we do the sanskara, we don't do it that way. We start with the first letter of Krishna. So we Krishnaize the sanskaras a little bit, sort of like to make it all auspicious and start the blessings of Krishna in all these rituals. So that is our essence, our aim. Anyway, the point though is that a process of purification is required to become a Brahmana. A process of purification is required to become a Kshatriya, because both Brahmins and Kshatriyas are acting according to the principles of Dharma. The Vaishyas and the Sudras, they know something about Dharma, but then again, the Sudras less than the Kshatriyas, but than the Vaishyas. The Vaishya, the thing is that when it comes to Dharma, sooner or later it comes to the choice of choosing for religious principle or profit. What to do? What to do? Take the profit and tomorrow we can follow the religious principle again. That's Vaishya. See, that's where Vaishya kicks in. When it's about profit, everything goes out of the window. Whereas the Sudra, basically no regulative principles, no sense control, but other than honesty is a virtue of the sudras, which is emphasized. Honesty and service attitude to a master. So that is a sudra. And anyone who is dishonest and has no service attitude is even below the sudra. Right? So nowadays we can see so much problems with Varna ashram. So when it says Kalo Sudra Sambhava, that everyone in the age of Kali is a Sudra, then we're lucky if we make it that high. Yeah, I mean that's actually a high platform for the age of Kali. That's like, you're up there when you're a Sudra. Yeah. Anyway, so just that we understand. So we should Yasyeda laksanam proktam pumsavanabhijanyatkam yadanyatrapi dristya tattinaiva vinayada said we must act according to Brahmana or according to Kshatriya. Yasyeda laksanam, by the laksan, by the qualities are we classified as Brahmanas or Kshatriyas. Not by birth. Bhagavad Gita also says, Chaturvarnyam mayasristam gunakarma vibhagasa. These four castes or varnas are created by me. By guna, not by janma. Krishna doesn't say janma karma. He says guna karma vibhagasa. By guna, by quality. So again, same point is made in the Bhagavad Gita also. So this is there. So all of these personalities that described here are acting according to the standards of Dharma. Therefore they are all saintly personalities. Kshatriyas are meant to sacrifice. They sacrifice their personal interest. That's the idea. Acting for Dharma means personal interest is sacrifice, just like Lord Ramachandra. So much personal interest sacrificed for the principle of Dharma. So that is Kshatriya. So that is difficult. Therefore in this age of Kali, very few are really in that spirit of Kshatriya or Dharma. But Prabhupada does say this movement is meant to revive these two classes of men, the Kshatriyas and the Dharma, so that society, and the Brahmanas, so that societies can again become re-established. So sometimes we see that then some group who want to be Kshatriyas put the emphasis on martial arts, right? This is like, learning different arts, martial arts and so on. But the emphasis of the Kshatriya is actually the same as the Brahmana, studying the scripture. They also study the scripture. Oh yes, also other things. They're also practical. They also learn practical scripture. Also Vedic scripture of ruling. The Dhanurveda or the Kautilya Shastra gives us the art of how to rule. How to fight, how to defend, how to engage in politics. There's a whole art of that, and it's based on these principles of pacifying, sama, danda, sama, dana, beda, and danda. Yeah, it is said first you try. If you have an opponent, you try to pacify that opponent. You try to somehow or other pacify him. In some. Then, dhanam, give something. Give something, Get someone on your side. Say, well, you're on my side. You won't be the king, but you'll be a big general. Okay. You get a palace. Okay. So many things. So in this way, make allies by giving things. Then Beda is to rule and divide. Sometimes the British are attributed with inventing this, to rule and divide. They were good at it, absolutely. Taking two parties and playing one against the other, and the British were looking back. Today I'm on the case of the British. I don't know why, not on purpose, somehow or other. But the rule and divide principle is found in the Vedic literature. That is the point. And if nothing works, finally, danda, violence, right? Argumentum ad baculum, right? The ultimate argument, violence. So that may be there. So we see that Kshatriyas were trained a little different than Brahmanas, but they were first of all meant to understand the principles of Dharma and what was, and therefore we see that Yudhisthira Maharaj was very learned, right? And although he was a Kshatriya, when the Pandavas had to go 1 year in hiding, then Yudhisthira took the role of a Brahmana, because he was so learned, right? So that was quite common, that Kshatriyas, especially high-class Kshatriyas, would spend their time studying scripture. So thus that we get an idea of the Vedic culture, where scripture was so much in the center of society, where the heads of society would just spend all their time with scripture every day. The Brahmanas and the Kshatriyas. Let not, Chanakya Pandit says, let not a day go by without learning a verse, whole verse. Or if not that, half a verse. Or if not that, at least a line of a verse. Or if not that, at least a word of a verse. So in this way, memorizing scripture is a big thing. And memorizing verses is like a major thing. Not just reading Vedic literature, but reciting Vedic literature. It is interesting that it says reciting out loud. And if we do read out loud, it makes a difference, because we remember something. It goes in better. And then we just read, and after a while the letters dance on the page, and then you say, maybe I should just take 10 minutes rest, because I'm not absorbing anyway. And then after 45 minutes, oh, what happened? Reading time finished. Whatever. It's like, but reciting the Vedic literature is very powerful. And it's a way to memorize verses. How do you learn verses? Oh my God, learning verses. Sahadevas tataviro, Sahadevas tataviro, Sahadevas tataviro, Sahadevas tataviro, Sahadevas tataviro, Sahadevas tataviro. Got it. Cram it in, memorize, memorization. Oh God. I mean, impossible. Did you? I don't know how it was in Australia, but in the Netherlands, Padma will know, we had to memorize all these dates, right? Like, I will never forget, like 1600 Battle of Newport, Oh my God, In 1566 was the big iconoclast, the Beeldenstorm, when they smashed all the things. Padma didn't pay attention in school. I know all these things. I can't forget them. It's just drilled in. It's terrible. I hate it. I hated it then, and I hate it now that I still remember it. But it's just drilled in, in the system. Right? And so what to do? Memorization. I never liked it. I always thought you can just understand the essence of it, capture the philosophical content of it, and that will do. Why do I have to learn it by heart? But we should know that, two main reasons. One is, of course, to add authority to what we say. That we're not just speaking from our own mental concoctions, but that we're just speaking from scriptures. And we repeat the verses to establish. And the other thing, which is just as important, but maybe less known, is so that we can take shelter. Because each of these verses that we have memorized, they're with us. And they give us a shelter. We can actually turn to them. And that's the idea. So in this way, at least Brahmanas and Kshatriyas would do so. The Vaishyas were pious, and they would hear transcendental literature, and they would also maybe study something. But of course, the business must go on. So there was not so much time for such things. Too busy. Yeah. Very busy. In the harmonist, at the time of Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, there were many publications and many magazines, weeklies, monthlies, dailies, right? So they were like in this way, really publishing many magazines. And one magazine which really became like the prominent one was the Harmonist at the time. And that continued throughout the period that Srila Bhaktisiddhanta was personally present in the Gaudiya Math. And so many of these harmonists were published, and they were later all bound in 6 books, right? And so very interesting, because one can study these books and see a little bit of our history there, right? One can see what was going on, not just at the time of ISKCON, but what was going on at the time of Bhaktisiddhanta. So what was going on in the movement that Prabhupada joined. So that was interesting. So one can have a look at that. And there's an interesting article, it's all articles, there's an interesting article which describes about Brahmanas. And it says that when one is not interested in this material world at all, and is only interested in the transcendental, then one is a Brahmana. And if one is in any way interested in dealing with the material world, then one is either a Kshatriya, Vaishya, or a Sudra. And that was interesting. Right? What a definition of a Brahmana. I saw that, I noted it like, whoa, that's quite something. Only interested in really in the transcendental world. And therefore the Brahmana is just preoccupying himself with studying scripture. That's his business. Yajan, patan, dana, pratigraha. His business is to perform sacrifice, engage others in sacrifice, to study scriptures, to teach scriptures, to receive in charity and pass it on. The Kshatriya, okay, let me just, Soryam Tejadrisi Daksham Yurichapya Palayanam Ksatra Karma Swabhava. No, nay. Tanam Isvarabhavascha Ksatra Karma Swabhavaham. So, Surya, the Kshatriya is described as very resourceful. He must be resourceful. He must be able to come up with solutions. He must be a leader. When everyone goes, what do we do? He has to say this, and it has to make sense. It has to be logical. Otherwise, he's not really a Kshatriya. A Kshatriya has that ability to understand the circumstances and to see what is the most realistic thing to do. Right there and then. So he's a practical person. Yeah. You can't have like a Kshatriya with his head in the clouds. That doesn't work. Kshatriyas are not like, some guy with a sword and he's like, walking around. That's more Hare Krishna. I mean, excuse me. Anyway, sorry about that. Anyway, so Kshatriya means very talented person who is practical. His business is to apply knowledge. You may remember that situation of Asvatthama. Asvatthama had killed at the end of the battle Kurukshetra the sleeping sons of Draupadi, which was a heinous act, right? So for that, Arjuna was sent out to arrest him. So Arjuna went after him, and eventually Arjuna brought him all bound up. And, although Draupadi was the mother of the sons who had been killed, she was obviously upset, and she was very, very, very grieved, right? Her 5 sons had been killed, and they were Kshatriyas. So Arjuna was going and said, I will punish this killer, I will punish him. But then when Arjuna brought Asvatthama all bound up, Draupadi couldn't bear it. She said, he's the son of our teacher, right? I mean, we can't keep him like that, bound up like an animal. This is not possible. So she was naturally respectful and forgiving. Anyway, then what happened was, a big discussion came as to what to do, right? So the issue was that Asvatthama had committed this terrible murder, and that therefore death was the only punishment that could absolve him. So the Pandavas became divided, right? Yudhisthira was saying, no, he's the son of a Brahmana. We should be compassionate and respectful. He should be punished, but not with death. Draupadi said, I don't want his mother to go through what I'm going through. We should not kill him. Krishna said, he should be killed. Bhima said, if nobody's gonna do it, I'll do it right now. And Bhima went towards Asvatthama, and he was ready. And Draupadi, she jumped in between and said, Bhima, stop! So it was a great drama. And Krishna, he manifested 2 extra arms at that moment, jumped in between Draupadi and Bhima, and sort of pushed them both back, right? Held them back, kept them apart, and then they were back in their place. And then Krishna said very seriously to Arjuna, Arjuna, according to the scripture, it is your duty to punish him with death. So everything became silent. Krishna had spoken. And then Arjuna, he was reminded of the scripture, and now he had to act according to the scripture. So Arjuna drew his sword, raised the sword, and then with a terrible blow, I just moved the microphone, with a terrible blow, right, in one chop, he chopped the jewel off the head of Asvatthama. And as he had his hair in a top knot with a jewel on it, which was a symbol of his Brahminical status. And when that jewel was cut, Asvatthama was dead. He was no longer recognized like a glorious Brahma. His identity had been killed. And thus he had been killed and not killed. So just see how expert Arjuna was applying the knowledge of the scripture. Here's the scripture, it gives you this principle, and and that's it. It's the principle. But now the Kshatriya has to come, and he has to somehow or other take the principle and make it practical. So, and Arjuna did it very expertly. He killed him and he didn't kill him. everybody happy. That's not easy. One has to be expert to make everybody happy. Because that's the problem a Kshatriya faces. He gets in the middle of people and they say, you should support me. No, you should support, I am right. No, we are right. You must come and you decide who is right and who is wrong. You pass judgment. Thanks a lot, you know. I mean, if I say this one's right, that one's going to attack me. If I say that one's right, that one's going to attack me. What do I do now, you know? You can see, you have to be smart, like Arjuna. So it's not a small thing. A Kshatriya is therefore not something you can just learn. You cannot learn. Although there's a process for becoming a Kshatriya, you cannot just become a Kshatriya. I think I've looked at all the different professions and I think I'm going to be a Kshatriya. Yeah, I thought about it. Yeah, it's like, you know, kind of choose that job, you know, why not? It won't work like that. It has to do with our nature. Same thing at a Brahmana. It has to do with our nature. But then it takes training. So all these personalities whose names we have already forgotten, right? All these great personalities, they were duly trained, they were duly qualified by birth, then duly trained in Dharma and in all the proper acts of governing, and therefore they were bona fide kings, like you don't find them anymore. Like now the whole world is sort of a little worried that in a few days Donald Trump is coming in and lots of people are thinking, even in Australia, you sort of look at it like, you never look at America that much, but now you're sort of looking like, okay, hope no weird things are going to happen in the world, because with him anything is possible. So maybe he is not entirely up on the level of a Kshatriya. And Prabhupada says that's the problem with democracy. That people are like animals. They are not following any principles of Dharma. Therefore, ahara nidra bhayumetanam cha pasubir sasamanam. The eating, mating, sleeping, defending is going on. Therefore, same like animals. Therefore, they are like animals. And all these animals, when you have democracy, the little animals choose a big animal. And that's basically what happened. Sorry to say. So, in this way, we do not have the full history now. I'm not that scholarly that I can give you a biography of all these personalities in this chapter. Maybe somebody can, but or at least of some of them. I'll just leave the chapter, and we're moving on to chapter 13 tomorrow, and in that way. But we remember. At least the glories of great saintly kings, and how the world can flourish when there are great saintly kings. Any questions, any comments?
We talked about Arjuna's dilemma and how to solve the problem. Sometimes it's called compromise. It's called a compromise. And when you compromise, both parties are unhappy, but both do not get what they wanted.
Sure. I mean, Dhruva is speaking about when you have to resolve a dispute between two parties, you can make a compromise, and none of the parties will be fully satisfied. They'll all get just something of what they wanted, but not everything. Yeah, that's the nature of a compromise. Well, compromise is another option. Obviously, one has the option to put one party in the wrong, one party in the right. Another one is to make a compromise. Whenever we manage in the material world, right, we cannot always satisfy everybody. It is not possible. But if we are a very inspiring person and we have done a lot before to command respect in people by treating them very nice, even when we decide something about a particular issue which they don't like so much, out of respect they'll still accept it, even in their heart. But when there's no respect at all, and when everybody then with the slightest dissatisfaction, when you're not getting what you want, then you have a revolution. Then you have big complaints. Therefore we see that Lord Ramachandra, he managed to treat people so proper that even if he had to take a decision which wasn't always popular, still it was accepted. So that is leadership. In leadership, one cannot take his authority for granted. Like as soon as you take your authority for granted, or you demand authority on the strength of stars and stripes, right, you become a terror to others and to yourself. You become an oppressor. You'll make offenses. I have made these mistakes many times, and now I'm more sensitive about it. I may still make mistakes. It's very difficult to manage. Very difficult. Management is not a very desirable thing, right? And why is it so? Because one, you have to find fault in people. So that's not desirable for a Vaishnava, to find fault. You have to put people in the wrong and the right. So you'll make some enemies, inevitably so. When you're in charge, so you have to say no to someone and they don't like you after that. And they always remember, that guy said no to me, he's a creep. So it's difficult to be a manager. And one can very quickly make decisions, and what if we take a wrong decision? What if we take a wrong decision? Are we absolved from reactions because we are managers? Because we're in a position of authority? Oh no. Oh no. Reactions will still be there, even if we are in a position of authority. So positions of authority are very dangerous, right? And different things we have to keep in mind. One thing I learned from His Holiness Radha Govinda Swami was he was a sannyasi staying in the Krishna Balaram Mandir when I was temple president. And he would, at one point, at 6 o'clock in the morning, I would be in my room studying at that time. And he would knock on the door, boom, boom, door would open, and then there he'd stand, and he'd pay obeisances. So I go like, Maharaj, please, I also pay obeisances, get him. And every day, for about a week, 6 o'clock, knock, 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 he was again, he offered obeisances. I was a vanaprastha at the time, still dressing in white cloth. So I said, Maharaj, this is not proper, not proper. You're the sannyasi, I should offer obeisances to you. Why you come every day to offer obeisances? He said, no, it is our duty. After all, you are our father. Now, That was the Indian way of teaching, you know. And I never saw myself as his father. I never thought of it like that, you know. I was his father. But he was basically telling me in a very indirect, tactful way that I should be like the father of the entire ashram. It did have some effect on me, I must say. It made me think, you know. I said, my God, I have to be like a father. I have to be very kind. I have to be like a well-wisher. I have to, geez, I never thought of that. I thought I had to be like efficient, you know, like sort of, you know, you get your management book from the bookshelf and you just sort of like, you know, seven steps in effective management, you know, 3 ways, you know, like, you know, whatever the titles are, you know, like, one of those. I thought to work by these books, right? But then something traditional came in. So to be a manager means one has to be very broad-minded, because one is a manager of spiritual facility and one is facilitating others to somehow or other progress in this movement of Lord Chaitanya. So when we're a manager in Lord Chaitanya's movement, we have to be very accommodating. I mean, it's understood that all kinds of people are going to come and they're not all going to be completely perfect fit. You know, this one is a little twisted this way, that one is a little twisted that way. You know, everyone's got a quirk, right? But somehow or other, the manager has to find ways to accommodate people as much as possible so that this movement can give to many people. So in this way, the manager has to be very broad-minded, the manager has to be very generous, and yet he cannot in any way compromise principles. He has to be very principled. So he himself has to be an example, and he has to learn to inspire rather than legislate. How can you run a volunteer movement on legislation? You know, you have to do this. This is our standard, this is our rule, right? It will be very hard. You're not paying me. You know, if you're paying me, okay, you know, I'm going to follow your law. Right? I follow your law when you pay me good money. But if you don't pay me a cracker, why would I follow the rules? You know, you have to inspire me. Right? Otherwise, I have been in one temple, and at one point, I was the vice president. So one day, the president called me in his office, and he sits behind a desk and he says, sit down. I said, okay. He says, I know what you're thinking. I said, okay. He said, I know what you're thinking. I used to sit in that chair, but I wanted to sit in this chair. And now I'm sitting in this chair. You know what I told him? I said, you know what? You can have both chairs. And I quit, you know. I left, you know. I said, this is too much, you know. Yeah. So in the end of the day, if we manage by legislation, you know, how can we create a movement that will expand? A movement will only expand, a movement of volunteers can only expand on the strength of inspiration. So the leader has to inspire. And if he inspires, then he can get away with murder. Okay, we'll end. Thank you very much. Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Yeah. Made it back. Jaya Radha Madhava Jaya Kunja Bihari. Jaya Radha Madhava Jaya Kunja Bihari. Jaya Gopidhanara Jaya Giridharadhari Jaya Giridharadhari. Jaya Gopidhanara Jaya Giridharadhari Jaya Giridharadhari. Jaya Yasodhanandana Jaya Rajanandarana Jaya Yasodhanandana Jaya Bhajaranarangana Yamuna Tiravanachari Jaya Kunja Bihari. Yamuna Tira Vachari Jaya Kunja Bihari. Jaya Radha Madhava Jaya Kunja Bihari. Jaya Gopidhanara Jaya Giridharadhari Jaya Giridharadhari. Jaya Yasodhanandana Jaya Bhajanandarangana Jaya
Yasodhanandana Jaya Brajanandana Yamuna Tira Vanachari Jaya Kunda Vihari Yamuna Tira Vanachari Jaya Kunda Vihari Jaya Radha Madhava Jaya Kunda Vihari Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare 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 Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare 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 Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Jaya Radha Madhava Jaya Kunda Vihari Jaya Radha Madhava Jaya Kunda Vihari Hare Krishna, Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Rama Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Rama Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada. Prabhupada, 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 Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Sri Sri Radha Gopinath ki jai, Ananta Kuri Vaisnava Vrinda ki jai, Nitai Gaura Premanande. Bhagavad Gita, if there is, just ask somebody. Is there a Bhagavad Gita somebody local can get? Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Pass it from him to him. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. You didn't follow the melody. You just did your own melody. What to do? Ananyacheta satatam yomam smarati nichasaha tasyaham sulabhaparta nityayuktasya yogina. For one who always remembers me without deviation, I am easy to obtain, O son of Prita, because of his constant engagement in devotional service. This verse especially describes the final destination attained by the unalloyed devotees who serve the Supreme Personality of Godhead in Bhakti Yoga. Previous verses have mentioned 4 different kinds of the devotees: the distressed, the inquisitive, those who seek material gain, and the speculative philosophers. Different processes of liberation have also been described: Karma Yoga, Jnana Yoga, and Hatha Yoga. The principles of these yoga systems have some bhakti added, but this verse particularly mentions pure bhakti yoga without any mixture of jnana, karma or hatha, as indicated by the word ananyachetaha. In pure bhakti yoga, the devotee desires nothing but Krishna. A pure devotee doesn't desire promotion to heavenly planets, nor does he seek oneness with the Brahma Jyotir or salvation or liberation from material entanglement. A pure devotee does not desire anything. In the Chaitanya Charitamrita, the pure devotee is called Niskama, which means he has no desire for self-interest. Perfect peace belongs to him alone, not to them who strive for personal gain. Whereas a Jnana Yogi, Karma Yogi, or Hatha Yogi has his own self-interest. A perfect devotee has no desire other than to please the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Therefore the Lord says that for anyone who is unflinchingly devoted to Him, he is easy to attain. Purport continues, but we'll first speak. Om Jnanatimanandasya Jnanandana Salakaya Shakshurun Minitam Yena Tasmai Sri Guruve Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manobhistam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamayam Tadati Swapadantikam Vandeham Sri Guru Sri Yuta Padakamalam Sri Gurun Vaisnavamscha Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunatam Vitam Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadutam Parijana Saitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padam Sahagana Lalita Sivisakanvitam Scha He Krishna Karuna Sindhu Dinabandhu Jagatpate Gopesa Gopika Kanta Radhakanta Namostute Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Visabhanu Sutadevi Pranamami Hari Priye Vanchakalpatarubhyacha Kripa Sindhubhya eva cha Patitanam pavanebhyo Vaisnavebhyo namo namah Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasadi Gaura Bhaktavinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. So to always remember Krishna without deviation. It means that we got to remember Krishna directly, and it means that we have to remember Krishna by things that are connected to him. It said, Aradhanam sarvesham Vishnu aradhanam param tasmat param devi tadiyanam samarchanam. Lord Shiva, speaking to Parvati in the Padma Purana, says that of all the worship of Vishnu aradhanam param, worship of Vishnu, that is the supreme. This thing is feedback. So who is the controller of the sound system? The Vishnu aradhanam param, but even tasmat parataram, even greater than that, is tadiyanam samarchanam, to worship the tadiya, to worship those things that are related to Krishna. And why is it so? Because those things are fulfilling Krishna's desires. Those things or personalities are meant to fulfill Krishna's desires, and Krishna is more pleased to see when we are in this way fulfilling his desires in the world than if we turn to him directly. Just as in serving the spiritual master, one can be very eager to put something on his plate. We say, like, but how many things can go on a plate of one person anyway, right? It's like, yesterday I got only, how much was it, 30 perhaps? I think it was 30, right? Approximately, or 35, I'm not sure. 30. You were not there. Yeah, he's a bluffer. Excuse me. No, whatever it was, around about 30. And it's like, it didn't fit on one plate. I had 2 big plates, plus many trays around it and bowls, and I was looking at it, and everything was delicious. And I thought, if I would have spread this out over 1 week, it would have been really wonderful. But in one meal, how am I going to deal with this? So a teaspoon of every prep kind of thing was still a bit much. But it was filled with love and devotion. So when it is about serving what goes on the plate, that's limited what can be done. Maybe 30 will be possible, but 50 would have been deadly. That would have been the end, you know. The line would have come on the screen, and you would have seen the titles, you know, and the movie would have ended with Kadambakananda Swami's funeral. So that is not really what we want. So if one wants to serve Srila Prabhupada, he was most pleased if people would serve him in his mission. Because what was he living for? Yare deke tara kaha Krishna upadesh, amara gyaye guru haya tara desh. To somehow or other give everyone in the world Krishna consciousness. Just as Prabhupada used to quote this verse from the Chaitanya Charitamrita more than any other verse from the Chaitanya Charitamrita. Bharata bhumite hoilo manushya janma jara janma sartakakara para upakara. Whoever takes his birth in the land of Bharat must somehow or other give this transcendental knowledge, these teachings to others. And how to do it? How to do it? People ask me this question, and last night they also asked me this question, how to do it, especially to Western people, because, you know, like Indians, if you say Bhagavad Gita, they already go like, yes, yes, Bhagavad Gita, yes. So it is easy if you present to them, right? But to a Westerner goes, Bhagavad Gita, can you eat it? I mean, what is it, right? Some sort of exotic preparation. I mean, there is no cultural connection. Yes. So then how to present it? Well, Prabhupada had the same problem, because he also happened to come from India. He came from India. And believe it or not, he came by ship, right, all the way to New York, and there at the Boston Pier, he saw that people were engaged in so many illicit activities, meat eating, gambling, intoxication, illicit sex, all the things that the Bhagavatam is condemning. And Prabhupada was thinking, what am I going to say to them? And he prayed like that. He wrote a prayer called Markine Bhagavad Dharma, and in that prayer he was exactly praying like that. How am I going to convince these people? No. Impossible. How can I do it? And then he finally said, I don't know what to say. I don't know what I can say to convince them. Prabhupada was getting ready to do it. We think about it and think, no, it's impossible. Prabhupada was getting ready to do it. He was also thinking, it's impossible. But somehow or other, how can I do it? He was thinking, there's nothing I can say to convince them. Nothing. Then he thought, all I can do is repeat your words. And then in the song he begins to repeat the Bhagavatam. Srinvata swakata krishnam punya sravana kirtanam hridyantasto hiyabadrani vidunati saritstam. So some of you might know what a vidunati is, but some of you may not know. But in the India of yesterday, right, it used to be a practice that before the winter there would be these people walking around the street, and they would carry a bow with a string, and the string would make a deep sound, something like quite loud through the streets, you know, and you hear them walking and go like aha, 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 aha. People knew what to do. They would go into the house, get their quilts, which they had stored away during the hot season. They brought out the quilts, and the man would take the quilts, and with his bow he would fluff up all the cotton. See the vibration of the sound. The cotton, which was all caked together from a whole winter, from last winter, and from being packed away, etc., had lost its fluffiness, and you know, and instead of buying a new one, no, The man comes, and it's all fluffed up really nicely. Everything that was caked together now came loose. So it is by sound vibration that all the things that are caked in your heart, right, and that have been stuck there for a long time, and they come loose by the sound of the holy name. It shakes up everything. And it all starts to come out, and then, okay, we can deal with it. Right? So it is in this way, by transcendental sound. Shinvata swakata krishnam punya savana kirtanam ridyantasto yabhadrani. This transcendental sound enters into the heart and creates all auspiciousness there. Ridyantasto hi Abhadrani, anything inauspicious is removed from the heart. Like this. Vidunati surit satam. And in this way, we will come to the truth. So it is like that. Transcendental hearing, somehow or other. Transcendental chanting. Chanting means hearing. Prabhupada said, attentive chanting. That's a difficult thing, attentive chanting. Have you tried? Hare Krishna, going to planet Mars, Hare Krishna, a little walk on the moon, Hare Krishna, going everywhere in the stars, Hare Krishna, and back on the ground, bills to pay, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. And like this, the mind goes all over the place while we are chanting. But Prabhupada said, attentive chanting means to hear ourselves chanting. So such a simple thing. Right? If just we hear ourselves chanting, then you automatically chant attentively. It's very brilliant. Because if you try to capture the mind, how can you capture the mind? So I have to chant attentively. It's like a bar of soap under the shower. You try to catch the thing and it just jumps all over the shower. Difficult to catch. But by hearing, we are hearing. By hearing, we get purified. Yes, and just like the fire engine or the ambulance is racing down the road with great speed, everyone pulls over to the side because now it's important. It's the cutting edge. It's a matter of life and death. Everybody to the side. Right now, this traffic has to pass somehow or other. Make way. It's the cutting edge. That's not the cutting edge. Life and death, who said life and death is the cutting edge? Life and death is a boring thing. It happens again and again. We've done it so many times, it's like again and again. It's like, I'm dying. Yeah, not again. Gosh, how many times are you going to do this, I mean, you've already died zillions and trillions of times, and even more than that, and now you're going to do it again? Come on, when are you going to stop this? Dying again? Yes. Dying again, taking birth again. We're doing this again and again, birth and death. That's not the cutting edge at all. No. The cutting edge is to serve Krishna or not serving Krishna. Devotional service, that is the cutting edge. When devotees drive through the streets, we should have sirens and everyone should move over to the side, right? Because here comes devotional service. Yes, move over. This is the cutting edge. This is what life is all about. Now we come to the essence. All illusions disappeared. The cutting edge, devotional service. Like this. Yes. This is where it gets important. Not life and death. Oh my God, now Yes, it is almost. My grandfather is dying. Of course he's dying. He's 88. What do you expect? You know, yeah. It's like, you know, what do you expect, right? It's we die again and again, but that Prabhupada says. Bhagavad Gita says, Vasamsya janani yata vihaya. It's a change of dress. I saw you all yesterday, but everyone, I hope everyone, is wearing a new dress. And it's like that, right? Look a little different from yesterday. A little different color. Right? So like that, different image. Like that. Change of dress, that's all. Nothing more. Prabhupada said the body is dead matter. It's dead matter. It's never alive. It seems to be alive when the soul is inside, but it is actually not alive. It's the soul that's alive. And when the soul leaves the body not alive, but the soul is still alive. So therefore, death is considered completely meaningless. So all these sirens and so on, for the wrong things. For the wrong things. So society doesn't have the right understanding. Bhagavad Gita is saying exactly like that, right? To Arjuna, who is getting upset about the impending death of family members in the battlefield of Kurukshetra, and Krishna says, Asuchanam asuchastam pragyavadam chabasasi gatasumna gatasumstam nanususanti pandita. You are mourning for what is not worthy of grief. Right? This is not befitting a learned man like you. Right? Oh, nowadays, you know, that would be strange to say that, because, you know, matters of birth and death are very serious. Oh, really? These are very serious things. That's when everybody, even the jolliest of the jolliest, gets serious. Of course, some people, they are transcendental. Our Sridhar Maharaj was originally from Canada. He was a strong man, and in his youth he used to be a wrestler also for some time. Then he joined Prabhupada, and he went with Prabhupada to India, and he stayed in Juhu in those early days, developing the land in Juhu. And he was a brahmachari, and he decided, well, most are going to get married, but some are going to stay brahmacharis, and I think I'm going to stay a brahmachari. So he stayed a brahmachari for many years, and in 1975 he took sannyas. And as happens more often with men who were like strong and muscular in their youth, when they get older they gain some weight. These muscles turn into some fat here and there. He had a bit of a belly. So one time I met Maharaj in Vrindavan. I was the temple president, and he came to Vrindavan for a visit, and he was walking in the corridor in the Vrindavan guest house, temple guest house. The corridors in the Vrindavan temple guest house are not very wide. So he was coming from one side like this, and I tried to go past, so I said, Haribol Maharaj, and I was busy, so I was trying to go past. He took one step aside, and I bounced into his belly. And it was powerful. There was a lot of muscle inside, and he just moved it, and I flew against the wall. Then he pinned me against the wall, and he said, Karmakanda Jnanakanda Kevala Bishrabandha, which is, I recognized it from a verse of Narottam Das Thakur, and it said, if you do these activities of karma kanda, rituals for material enjoyment, or if you are into impersonal liberation, these are simply pots of poison. So I stood there pinned against the wall, and I was thinking, oh, he means to say, don't be so impersonal. So I said, how are you, Maharaj? So I got to say something. Huh? And he said, yes, when you meet a sadhu, you should take some time, to speak to the sadhu. I said, yes, Maharaj. Anyway, over the years, I met Maharaj again and again, and at one point we heard that Maharaj had a liver problem. So I went to, and he was staying in Mumbai near the Bhaktivedanta Hospital at Mira Road in a flat. So I went to visit him. And when I came there to the flat, there was a poster on the door, or a sheet of paper, and with a schedule. And had a full schedule for the whole day. This time getting up, this time japa, this time kirtan, this time lecture. And it wasn't just Mangalartik and up to Bhagavatam class, it just continued. So hour break, then we have an hour Bhagavatam discussion. Then at 12 o'clock we have some bhajans, and 1 o'clock we have a little break, and then 1:30 we have lunch, then at 3 o'clock we start again, and then 5 o'clock, 7 o'clock. The whole day was booked out with hearing and chanting. So I came in and I said, well, Maharaj, quite a schedule you have there, quite a schedule. He said, yeah. He said, otherwise people just talk about my liver all day, Very transcendental and very, very practical. So he just spent his time. Whoever came had to follow the schedule. That was it. So when I came, it was just bhajan time. So he said, so can you sing Sri Rupa Manjari Pada? I said, well, I don't know. It's not I don't usually do it. He said, anyway, you can do. He gave me the songbook. Sri Rupa Manjari Pada Se Mura Sampada, and so on. I did for Maharaj's pleasure. And then he was worshipping Lord Nrsingadev. And I said, Maharaj, why are you worshipping Lord Nrsingadev? He had this Shila, Nrsingadev Shila, with like big mouth and huge teeth, etc., like kind of intense. I said, Maharaj, why Lord Nrsingadev? Why not just some Radha Krishna, something sweet, No, he said, I'm worshipping Lord Nrsingadev so that I will become fearless of death. So that was impressive, because here was like a very senior sannyasi, and he wasn't saying, I am fearless of death. He was saying, so that I will become fearless of death. So that impressed me. He is very humble, he is very honest, and he is very much taking shelter of Krishna. So in this way, he was worshipping Lord Nrsingadev. Then it got a little better for some time, but he is still not okay. And he came and visited Vrindavan, and we were going to Rath Yatra in Delhi. I remember that the police had put these barricades on the road, like they do in India, these sort of metal fences on wheels, and they blocked the road actually, so we couldn't drive to the chariot. So Maharaj says, no problem, I'll fix that. And he just walked up, took one of the barriers in one hand and just threw it away, took the other one, threw it away, and then he smiled at the policeman who was standing next to it. Got back in the car and we drove through. He did nice. Then we came to the chariot. He stood before the chariot, They gave him a microphone. He gave a 2-minute lecture in Hindi how actually the government is stealing you blind and you are simply and you're simply wasting your life with all these material things and so on, and the goal of life is simply to chant Hare Krishna. He taught everything in 2 minutes, and people, big applause, especially about the government stealing them blind. And so his lecture was a big success. And then he led one kirtan. He just did Prabhupada's pranam mantra. Namo Vishnu Padaya. A very high nasal voice, and one round, and finally one round of Hare Krishna, and then he stopped his kirtan. That was it. And he left. He had done Rath Yatra. The next time I saw him, he was not well. He came to Mayapur and he was quite ill. And by then, liver was failing, and there was a lot of, his belly was all swollen up, was huge. He was lying on a bed and there was a big belly. So we were all standing around the bed and looking at the belly, and someone went up to the belly and touched it. Maharaj opened his eyes and said, "It's a boy." Then somehow or other he managed to do the Abhishek of the Panchatattva installation in those last days. Anyway, some days after that, he told his servant, he said to his servant, "Today I'm going to leave my body." And the servant said, "Maharaj, don't be so pessimistic. Maybe you'll actually get better." He said, "No, today I'm going to leave." And he did. He left his body that day. He was totally relaxed, totally fearless, totally relaxed. One devotee who met him just before told me that in a final conversation, Maharaj said, "I've been a good boy." And when you've been a good boy, or a good girl for that matter, right? Yes, then you can look Krishna in the face. Then you can go before Krishna without any fear. Then what is the need to be afraid of death? We are only afraid of death because we've been sinful. And because we think that now it's paytime. What's going to happen now, right? What if I'm going to be held accountable for what I've done? But if you have lived a pure life, nothing to worry, then one can simply go. Therefore he was fearless, completely fearless, because he had been a good boy. Indra Maharaj also went to say goodbye to him, and he had to leave, and that was a few days before he left. And just then Maharaj was in the shower. So Indra Maharaj is knocking on the door and saying, "Hurry up, Swami, hurry up! I gotta go. I got a flight to catch. I have to leave. And I want to say goodbye to you. It's the last time I'm going to see you. Come on, come out of that bathroom." So Sridhar Maharaj is under the shower. He just opened the door and said, "Come in." So they said goodbye like that, while he is in the shower. And Indra Maharaj left a donation for him and then left to get his flight. So utterly fearless, so utterly confident that Krishna will somehow or other protect me, so utterly transcendental. That is a devotee. So relying on Krishna. And then everything is fine, and then it doesn't matter anymore where we are, what is going on. Krishna is there. And he is our well-wisher. Krishna is always with us. So whatever is happening is Krishna's plan, and it is all right. Everything is fine. That is the amazing consciousness of a Vaishnava. And in that stage, What else is there to remember but Krishna? But in so many different ways. Krishna, we remember Krishna by thinking of the deity of Krishna. Or we remember Krishna by thinking of the pastimes of Krishna. We remember Krishna by hearing a kirtan. We remember Krishna by his pure devotees. When we remember Prabhupada, you also remember Krishna. Automatically, because they're inseparable. So in this way, so many ways to remember Krishna. When we think of Prasad, Sridhar Maharaj, one thing, he told Jayadvaita Maharaj once, who is on the skinny side, and he said, why is it that these skinny men are so advanced? Yeah? He liked his prasadam. He really did. He loved his prasadam. Yes. And even when it was forbidden sometimes, eat some things that were not on the list. You know what I mean? Yes, why not? We are a personalist movement. Prasadam we can relish. That is wonderful. That is Krishna. So many ways to remember Krishna. It's not artificial. Oh my God, now I have to remember Krishna all the time. Krishna, what are you doing? I'm trying to remember Krishna. Shh, don't talk. When you laugh so loud, I can't concentrate on Krishna. No, just somehow. We just have to discover more ways to remember Krishna. We have to see Krishna everywhere. If we study the Bhagavatam helps us to see Krishna everywhere. The Bhagavatam is describing the creation. And it's not just describing the creation, but it describes how Krishna is part of every stage of the creation. He's there, he expands himself, and then he's dealing with it personally. So it's not just, that, and God wanted that there was a world, and the world was. Not like that, No, it's like he expanded himself and he manifests universe from the pore holes of his body, right? It's like as Mahavishnu. Things like that, he gets involved with it personally. He enters as Kshirodakshaya Vishnu in every atom. In every atom, in the heart of every living being. He's there. So in this way, Krishna is the Bhagavatam shows us how Krishna is present everywhere, and how in that way we can see Krishna everywhere. One can see Krishna, or one can see Krishna's energy. But if we see the energy as Krishna's energy, then, yes, just like when I see, when I know someone well and I know what kind of shoes they have, then I can see the shoes. Oh, they're here. Yeah, yes, they are here. They're already in the temple room. I know it because the shoes are standing outside. Yeah, I know those shoes. Right? You're trying to scare me, is it? Nice, yes. Nice. Yes, so this is how we remember Krishna. By recognizing how everything is connected with Krishna. Like that we see Krishna. And like that we can remember Krishna all the time. See, otherwise, how can we do it? Get a knot in your brain, they do a brain scan and they find there's a knot in your brain. Okay? Just as some people, they put a knot in their handkerchief, trying not to forget Krishna. So we put a knot in our brain, trying to remember Krishna. No, not like that. Very naturally, Krishna is everywhere. And that is what we learn from Srimad Bhagavatam, how to see Krishna everywhere. I'm supposed to stop at 12:30, which is in 2 minutes, and the Pujari will come out, so if there is one question, I'll try to answer it. I don't remember. Sorry. No, I just don't remember. Usually he is good at saying at one-liners, but I can't remember what he said. When he was in New York and a policeman came up and said, "What is it that you monks have to give up?" Maharaj simply said, "Suffering." So usually he's good at one word or one liner at the right time, but I just can't remember what he said. Yes. When the soul leaves the body, what will the soul remember? Yam yam vapi smaram bhavam charati antakalevaram. So whatever state of being one attains at the end of life, that will go with us and will determine the next destination. So it says the bhav. So sometimes it's thought the last thought. We're just talking about that with someone. Imagine, you're walking in the park and there's a cockatoo and it's screaming its head off, as they do. I know, because my former wife, she got a gift from Bhavananda once, a cockatoo in Mayapur. And then we had this cockatoo in the room. We lived in a room and it was sitting on a door. It ate half the door. Tell me about cockatoos, I know them. And they scream, right? So what if a cockatoo screams and you see it and you think, my God, you screaming cockatoo, and you drop dead on the ground? Are you going to be a screaming cockatoo? That's the question. What do you think? Krishna's not that mean, The answer is no. It's and just one last story. Ramanujacharya had a disciple who could hear the deity speak. So Ramanuja said, next time, ask the deity a question and say, what happens to a devotee who doesn't remember Krishna at the end of his life? Then the deity said, then I remember him. Okay, with that, we can now turn to the deities. Hare Krishna. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Holiness Kadambakara Swami Maharaj ki jai.
Just leave it.
Padaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine. Saraswati Devi Gauravad.
No, I mean, what you want to do? Okay. No, I'll fix it. If it's okay. No camphor powder. Where's Himanga? No Himanga? Where's my camphor powder? There's no. I wanted a powder with camphor.
Camphor powder from Maharaj?
It's not there.
I put in there.
Yeah.
You want separate one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hare Krishna. She doesn't need new neck beads. No, just don't manage. I mean, yeah. Jnanatimarandasya Gnanana Salakya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namah Shri Chaitanyamano Vistam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Dadati Swatanantiham Vande Sri Shri Gurun Vaisnavamscha Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Ragunatam Vitam Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadutam Parijana Saitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padam Sahagana Lalita Sivisakan Vitamscha He Krishna Karuna Sindhu Dinabandhu Jagatpate Gopesa Gopi Kakanta Radha Kanta Namostute Tapta Kansana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vrishabhanu Sutere Pranamami Hari Priye Vanchakalpatarubhyacha Kripa Sindhubhyevacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaisnavebhyo Namo Namah Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasadi Gaura Bhaktavinda Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. So today we have 4 devotees who are sitting in the yajna, and 2 of them will be taking first initiation, right? That is Bhakta Michael, Bhaktin Simran. One has already taken first initiation in Brisbane, but did not sit in a fire sacrifice, named Gita Lalasa. And we have Archita for second initiation today. So in this way, and we have 4 candidates. So before we begin, we first do the Archman, and then I will speak a little bit about the meaning of initiation, and after that, at the end, we'll go into the yajna. So we can take the spoon in the left hand and just throw a few drops in the left hand and throw. Yep. Then shift the spoon to your right hand. Oh, sorry, no, keep it in the left hand, I'm sleeping. Then 3 drops in the right hand, throw. Yeah, and put again 3 drops. And sip it. Om Kesavaya Namaha. 3 drops and throw.
again 3 drops. And zip it, Om Narayanaya Namaha. And 3 drops and throw. Again 3 drops. Put Om Madhavaya Namaha. And 3 drops and throw. Om Apavitra Pavitrova Sarvavasta Gatopiva Yasmade Punrikaksam Sabaya Byantara Suchi Shri Vishnu Shri Vishnu Shri Vishnu. Om Apavitra Pavitrova. Whether we are coming from a pure background or an impure background, Sarvavasta Gato Piva, from any condition of life we can attain the supreme goal. If Yasmarit Pundarikaksam, he who remembers the lotus-eyed Supreme Lord, Sabaya Bhyantara, he will go from the external into, he will become externally and internally purified. In this way, whether we are, whatever condition of life we are from, simply by dedicating our life to the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Sri Krishna, everything will change. When Prahlad was asked to speak to Lord Nrsingadev, when the demigods were very afraid of Lord Nrsingadev, and he was very angry and no one wanted to go near, but somehow or other Lord Brahma was thinking, well, he appeared because of Prahlad, so they pushed a 5-year-old boy forward to this huge lion-like personality, right? Very heroic. But Prahlad was not afraid, because after all, the Supreme Lord was his protector, so he had no fear. It is said that Prahlad had appeared in the family of the Daityas, and because he had appeared as the son of Hiranyakasipu, in the family lineage there was ample of impurity, ample of contamination in his ancestry. And it said that Prahlad, when the Lord then saw him, he placed his lotus hand on his head, and Prahlad became purified from all that, or whatever remnants there were. So in the same way, simply by taking up devotional service, we also become purified from whatever contamination there may be in our karma. External, that means in terms of the family we appeared in, or internal, that means in our consciousness. Usually in the mornings I listen to a lecture of Srila Prabhupada, and today somehow or other it was an initiation lecture. I didn't choose it, but it was an initiation lecture. It just sort of followed the playlist, right? And in that initiation lecture, Srila Prabhupada started to speak. He said there are people who are atheists, who think there is no God. There are people who think Krishna was God, but now he's dead. Now I am God. Other people say, why are you looking for God? Everyone is God, right? And Prabhupada said, these are all different forms of rebellion.
And he speaks about the rebellion of the conditioned soul who rebels against the Supreme Lord and makes a philosophy to whitewash it all. There is no God. Or God is dead. All convenient. Very convenient. When there is no God, then we can do what we want. In this way, we can appreciate the philosophy born out of convenience. Animals have no soul. Ah, yes. Then we can eat them. No problem. They have no soul. See? Of course, I was in Africa, and one African person told me, white men have no soul. I wasn't sure if you were speaking about the music, White men have no soul. So I was thinking, that's maybe not so good. No. So now this philosophy, where there is life, there is spirit soul. We see Vijavinaya sampane brahmaniga vihastini sunachay viswapakacha pandita samadarshinaha. A wise, learned person sees with equal vision all living beings. Whether it is a brahmana, a dog, or a dog eater, an elephant, a cow, he sees all as equal because he sees within everyone the spirit soul. That's not so easy to see with Pandita Samadarshina, because then we have to get above the bodily platform. As soon as we look on the bodily platform, then we go, this person, nose too big, that person, ears too long, that person has glasses, suspicious, that person, find something. To kind of, because why the living being has rebelled against the Supreme Lord. In the Bhagavad Gita, it is stated, Ichcha dvesa samuttena dvandumahena bharata sarvabhutani samaham sargiyanti parantapa. It is stated there that all living beings in this material world are influenced by lust and envy. These two. So this is the difficulty. It is because of envy. Because we are desiring to be the greatest, the most wonderful personality. Therefore envy begins with envy of Krishna. And then of so many others, yes, of everyone else. And we try to be superior to everyone else. In this way, we are influenced by this material conditioning. It takes time. It takes time to thoroughly overcome this. Pasu buddhi. Prahlad Maharaj speaks about Pasu buddhi. He said animalistic intelligence, friends and enemies. Friends and enemies. So this friends and enemies tendency is very deep. Even in spiritual life, we look at some people, they're my enemies, friends and enemies. So the spiritual platform of Pandita Samadarshinaha, to have an equal vision to all, to see no enemies, and to just be a well-wisher of all. Even if someone misbehaves. You say, no, I'm friendly towards everyone, but they have to behave properly. And really, I really have no enmity towards anyone. Of course, if they misbehave, there is no but, there are no conditions, it's unconditional. That is the spiritual understanding. Spiritual understanding is just simply unconditional. Unconditionally a well-wisher of all living beings. This is the initiation into becoming such a well-wisher.
That is our aim, that we become well-wishers of all living beings. Suridam Sarvadehinam. Because on this day, we are formally establishing that we are servants of Krishna. In the first initiation, and in the second initiation, we are now well equipped with mercy. We received so much mercy. Now we have to take that mercy and share it. Live it ourselves and then give it to others. Yajan patan dana pratigraha. The Brahmana is engaging in sacrifice and engages others in sacrifice. The Brahmin, or also deity worship, or others in deity worship. The Brahmin is studying the Vedic literature and teaching others the Vedic literature. The Brahmin receives in charity and passes it on to the cause of the Lord. In this way, one becomes a via media of Krishna, an instrument of Krishna. Simply, all right, somehow or other, here's Krishna's mercy. Let me take it now and pass it on. See? The nature of spiritual life is like that. We are becoming well-wishers of the world. That is the idea, that our existence, that we become selfless people who just tirelessly work for the benefit of others. Of course, we need to take care of ourselves a little bit, but then the more we take care of others, the more Krishna takes care of us. We don't worry so much about ourselves somehow or other. Krishna will take care. If we take care of the welfare of the world. So yes, but this rebelliousness is of course a whole different thing. It's about me, and about what is important to me, and about what I have. Aham mameti, I and mine. And this is very strong, this sense of I and mine. Yes. So we are aiming to practice our surrender in devotional service. We are here in front of the deities. Krishna is present. Krishna is present. The Vaishnavas are present. Krishna is really receiving our commitments today. I'm here as his representative, Saksataridvena Samasta Sastra, as is explained in the scriptures. And then, yes, the representative is to be given all due respect as is given to the original Supreme Personality of Godhead. But of course, we are all servants of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The sacrifice, O Gita Lalasa, which you missed in Brisbane, it's good that you could make it here for this one, because you get many blessings. And what are we going to do without blessings? The power of blessings is very important. When the blessings are not there, then it can be really tough in life. When blessings are there, then somehow or other there will be help. Conditions become favorable. So therefore, we're looking for blessings. Therefore, such a function It is done in the assembly of the devotees who all come and who have all brought their blessings to the occasion. So all these devotees, anybody who wears tilak automatically gives blessings. Just by seeing them, then you get blessings. So I'm lucky because I'm seeing tilak everywhere. So I'm getting blessed from all directions. And that is very good. We also ask all the Vaishnavas to bestow their blessings upon all of us who somehow or other are sitting here in this sacrifice. Yes, you may bless all of these devotees, that they will somehow or other, as they go through the motions of life, through ups and downs, through thick and thin, that somehow or other they remain thoroughly anchored in their vows, and that these vows will always stand there fresh, and that each day again they will recommit themselves like that. In the same way, you can pray for me. You may say, "Oh no, Maharaj, who are we to pray for you?" But I'll tell you, Ramanuja Acharya, he was in an awkward position, because Ramanuja Acharya was a grand disciple of Yamuna Acharya, who was a very famous Acharya at the time. And the spiritual master and the generation of the spiritual masters, they were still present, but somehow or other Ramanuja Acharya became the great Acharya, even in the presence of his superiors. So, therefore, Ramanuja Acharya one day requested one Brahmana to give him the water that had washed his feet. And the Brahmana said, "What? How can you speak like this? I cannot hear such things. How can you ask for the water that has washed my feet? Please, even the thought of such would be a great aparad. Please, don't ask me such a thing." Then Ramanuja Acharya said, "My dear Brahmana, please consider that somehow or other I am here acting as an Acharya in the presence of my spiritual master, and think of how difficult it is for me to maintain some humility. Therefore, I beg you to allow me to offer respect to you so that I can maintain some humility." And the Brahmana, who was soft-hearted, was convinced. And every day that Brahmana would bring the water that had washed his feet to Ramanuja Acharya. So I am also initiating in the presence of my spiritual master. Right? So I have the same problem as Ramanuja Acharya. I may also become proud and think that I'm above you all. So you please bless me also, that I may be able to fulfill my vows in this ritual. Because all of us depend on the mercy of the Vaishnavas. It is only in that way that we will do it, not alone. I will do it. I shall do it. I must do it. But can I do it? They say in psychology there are these three things: must, want, and can. Right? Okay, we must do it. Yeah. We want to do it, but can we do it? We can do it. We must do it, but do we want to do it? We want to do it. We can do it. But do we have to?
You see, these dynamics of must, want, and can't, and can are sort of always in conflict with one another. They're always pulling. But this day, all three come together. We must do it. Why must we do it? Because Krishna said so. Krishna has invented this system of taking initiation, as simple as that. He did it himself. So it's Krishna's system. Yes? Krishna wants to work through that system. It's not invented by anybody else. It's invented by Krishna. I also then did it. It was a bit of surrender. It was like, my mind was reeling as I was sitting in that sacrifice, thinking, what am I doing? Am I really, really ready for this? Am I? How do I know? A little, are you really ready? I sometimes forget who I have given first, second, and so I forgot that I didn't give second initiation to Archita. Then I engaged her in deity worship today, and then she was very happy, but after she said, but I'm not even second initiated. I said, really? Anyway, so, and so with the blessings of Patapana Prabhu, it all came to pass quite quickly. And now, as they say in Australia, now you have to wrap your head around it, you know. Now you have to sort of, what to do? I've been here too long in this country. No, you gotta sort of figure it out, how to actually do this. I'll give some tips on the way. And then for the rest, well, Brahmana means one has to take initiative. Brahmana means we cannot wait for others to bring it to us. We cannot wait for others to come and inspire us. Oh yes, we need Vaishnavas to come and inspire us, but Brahmana also means to be self-reliant, to turn to the scriptures ourselves, and to go to the well, and to dig deep in the scriptures, and to come up with so much wealth from there. And that wealth will nourish us. So Brahmana means to go ourselves, and to bring all these things, we become nourished, and then to nourish others. That's what it means. Can't just wait. Of course, we all need sometimes a little bit of inspiration. But that element of self-reliance is very much there. It's not, as they say, rocket science, to use another colloquial expression. It's not rocket science. It's straightforward. It's simple. The solution is take shelter. Take shelter of the holy name. Take shelter of prasad and prasadam only. That only part is tricky. Take shelter of the scripture. Take shelter of the holy name. Take shelter of the Vaishnavas. Take shelter of the temple. Take shelter of devotional service. Take shelter of preaching. Take shelter of the holy Dham. Right? Take shelter. It's simply that. Right? And when we do take shelter, then there will be spiritual nourishment. And we will flourish. We just feel it will fill the emptiness in our heart. As long as we are in this material world, conditioned souls, rebellious, contaminated by iccha dvesa, by lust and envy, there will be a vacuum in our heart. And this emptiness in our heart is really very difficult to satisfy. And we try to satisfy it in every possible way. Yeah. By eating chocolate, or so many things, right? Big plate. By eating, to fill up the emptiness in the heart. By doing crazy things. I mean, jumping out of a plane, like free fall, and then see if the parachute opens it up. First string, didn't work. Second string, it worked. Made it. All right, what's next? Surfing with the sharks, or go down in a cage to see the big whites. Ready? Somehow or other, to give meaning to this emptiness. Maybe others write poetry. Oh, stars in the glittering in the darkness of all-pervading night. Yeah, it's all-pervading. That was deep. That all-pervading. Oh, stars, bringing light. Oh, stars. Now what? Okay. Removing fright. Yeah, that was good. Anyway, poetry. Somehow or other, writing poetry to bring meaning. But if there is no meaning, then what is the meaning of the poetry? Then it's just decoration of a dead body. Only when the substance is there, then poetry makes sense. When we write a poem, I love you, Australia, right? And, a whole big thing. Well, one day, Australia will not be there anymore. Have you thought of that? One day it will be the end of Australia. Gosh. Oh. Yeah, so in that way, it doesn't make sense to write poems about Australia. Only when the poems are written about things that last, that are eternal, then the poems are really meaningful, because then they deal with what is real. Australia is not real. It's not. Therefore, we are not Australians. I know many are Australians, or many try to become Australians, right? But Australia is not real, and we are not Australians. So the poetry that is written must be poetry that is dedicated to the eternal. Then it's all meaningful. The only way to make life really meaningful is to connect to the eternal, to Krishna. And anything temporary that you deal with, you better connect that with Krishna. Otherwise, it is not meaningful. Even bringing up the little children and try and make them big, round and fat. Even that, if you do not connect them with Krishna, even that's a waste of time. Yeah? Yeah, you have to connect everything with Krishna. So whatever, because that's not always easy. When I saw the big 4-wheel drive with the number plate, "For you, Krishna," I was saying, sure. Absolutely, yeah. So it's challenging to really offer things to Krishna. But that is our business, whatever it is in life. And then we can take all these roles, right? Then we can be husband, then we can be wife, then we can work, then we can do all these things if we offer the results to Krishna. Because then it gets meaningful. Otherwise, why am I doing all these things, right? Otherwise you have your moments of doubt, Is this all there is? Is this all there is, my friend? It's an old song which definitely sums it up, Without Krishna, it's all empty. All empty. You try it and still not satisfied. Alright, so this initiation is for this purpose, to offer everything to Krishna. We are turning our lives around, and where we were hesitating, now everything. We're sacrificing everything. It's not only about a fire sacrifice, it is about sacrificing our entire life. Pranarata diyavacha, our energy, our possessions, our intelligence, whatever we speak. We speak only about Krishna. Our words. So in this way, it is a great sacrifice, meant to be. Of course, it's also a moment of good intentions, a moment of many good intentions, and then life takes its reality. Right? Then it will not be so much the good intentions. They'll sort of fade away. After some time, I don't know. I don't feel so inspired anymore. I don't know. I used to. No, really. I felt it really strong when I took initiation. I felt so inspired. But now, I don't know. I just don't feel it anymore. And it's very, very hard. I'm trying, but I don't know. Sounds familiar? It happens like that. Yeah. But that means that, yes, I have decided that, to let Maya in. Maya has been knocking on my door for so long now, and I said, oh gosh, poor Maya, you've been out in the cold all this time, come in. Come in. Oh, thanks. And Maya takes over the whole sofa, before I'm moving in, yeah. I'm here to stay, oh yeah, let's go. So, no. We'll have to fight. Spiritual life is a fight. It is a fight with our lower nature. That will be there, we'll fight. Maya, Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur is explaining that the fight with Maya is not just like two armies opposing each other. But he says, but what happens is when two armies are opposing each other, it's not just one army on one side, one army on the other side. No. There are also spies. There are spies. Even today, there may be spies of Maya in this temple. There may be spies of Maya. So Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur says, just as the two army has also spies that have penetrated into the ranks, into our own ranks. These spies are living with us, and they are just acting as if they're one of us. That is how it is with spies. So it says in the same way, Bhaktivinoda Thakur says, Maya has already entered into our own ranks. She lives within our mind. She resides there. So it's not that like, okay, keep your eyes out, and in case Maya comes by, I'm ready. Okay. Alright, that took care of that. No.
even while we are Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Maya's inside. And Maya says, aren't you getting tired? Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. You know, don't you get pain in your jaws? Isn't your hand getting hot? It's quite warm. It's not winter, you know. How can you always keep your hand in a bag? Is that healthy? Need some air, no? Don't you? Yes. So many ways our mind is already under the influence of the illusory energy. So it's not just going to be easy. Today very inspired, and tomorrow the inspiration runs out over time. Yes, yeah, it's going to happen. It's going to happen to you too. Oh yes, we've seen so many people come, so happy at the time of initiation, so serious, totally dedicated. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years down the line. Well, so, what are we going to do about it? What is the answer? What's the answer?
Quit your job.
Huh?
I said quit your job.
No, I don't know about that. No, the answer is take shelter. Take shelter. Take shelter again and again. That's what we have to do. We have Srila Prabhupada again and again. We take shelter of Prabhupada. As soon as you pick up Prabhupada's books and you start reading, you get off the mental platform. Usually that's where we are. See, normally our normal state of consciousness is we are on the mental platform. And it's just milling around there, and then we pick up Prabhupada's book, and it just lifts us up. And for a moment we're lifted above the mental platform. Right? And we close the book and we sink back down into, into that mental platform. So, taking shelter. Then read. Right? No time, yeah, maybe quit your job. Maybe no time, somehow make an arrangement. Make an arrangement. So that there is time. Make time. Right? Because when there's something really, really good, something you really, really want, you can make time. Oh yes, you can. When you really, really want it. Yes. So in this way, we appreciate that taking shelter is going to, it means we have to make an arrangement for it. If someone says, I can't chant, then we can say, why not? Yeah, because I have no time. Then make time. Make it. Right? Rearrange your life and make time. Right? If you say, I never read, that's as bad as I never eat. If you say, I never eat, that's not realistic. You'll die. If you never read, you'll spiritually die. Like that. If you don't read these books, we'll spiritually die. We're supposed to read them every day. Then we'll remain rejuvenated, fresh, inspired. And if we cannot actually open a book, then at least listen to a recording. Right? We're living in this age where everything is recorded. I regularly stop people from recording me because it's just too much. Everything, my life is streamed. I mean, he's brushing his teeth. It's being streamed, right? And it's too much. It's like everything is being streamed. It drives me nuts. It's just, it's too much. Yeah. So let us just take the trouble and take shelter by taking shelter again and again and make arrangements for it. I said it before, but say it again. Shelter of the book, shelter of Prabhupada, shelter of the deity, shelter of the devotees, shelter of the temple, shelter of kirtan, shelter of the dham, shelter of prasadam, shelter of devotional service. All these things, again and again. And all these things our day should be constructed of these things. Right? That's it. A day without devotional service is a useless day. That's a terrible day. A day without chanting, don't speak about it. I mean, that's just too much of a nightmare. A day without reading, oh my God, you're setting yourself up for catching something heavy. A day without prasadam, oh, that's misery. Right? Well, okay, Jamastami. But then there's a lot of prasadam after that. So somehow or other, take shelter. Take shelter. And take the trouble to take shelter. That is this initiation. So an initiation is we're going to take the trouble. So basically, you're taking initiation, involuntarily taking trouble. Are you ready for that? Yeah? Are you sure? The trouble will increase now. You're all right with it? Yeah. So Patapana has also come now. He's there to bless. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, I just told everybody how, I just forgot that she never got second initiation, and then I engaged her this morning in helping with my puja. So, and she did it, and then after said, well, I'm not second initiated. And I said, oh, I didn't know that. Anyway, then, because, I can't remember who's first, who's second, and all these things. I mean, it's in a computer, but I can't remember such things. So then Patapana Prabhu also felt that, Archita has been around for a long time, so it's all right. And that word is enough because it's based on everything in this movement. Initiation, nowadays there are many tests. You have to do this course, you have to do that course, you have to do that test, you have to do this test. Very good, all good preparation. But that's not enough. You can pass all the tests, right? But that's still not good enough, right? You have to have faith in Krishna consciousness, and the senior Vaishnavas have to have faith in you. And you can pass all the tests you want, but if the senior Vaishnavas don't have faith in you, then forget it. Right? Then you're not ready. So, okay, you're sitting here today because I have faith in you that you're going to do it, that you're going to be serious. And, that is what we want to see. Where you understand this is a unique chance. This movement is so amazing. It is so packed with mercy of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and his pure representatives. Especially our current link, Srila Prabhupada. This movement is therefore so potent that we can actually do it. We can actually attain pure devotional service and go back to Godhead. So these initiations today are for that purpose. It's not your official membership of the club. You get you're a member of the club and you get your thing. It's okay, membership card, everything. You beat spiritual name, nice. No, it's not that. Today, we are going to try to go back to Godhead this lifetime, and everything is favorable, and all we have to do is cooperate. A few important things. There are 10 offenses to be avoided in chanting, and I'm not going to explain them all today, but one should know these 10 offenses by heart. So,
In temples, they usually recite them every day, so in that way, people memorize them. We can all, every devotee that stayed a long time in a temple can do it. First one, second offense, third offense, spiritual master, fourth offense, Vedic literatures, fifth offense, imagination, sixth offense, interpretation, seventh, sinful activities, strength, holy name, 8, karmakanda, 9, faithless, and 10, material desires. Alright, there you go. Good on you. Yeah. Mumbo jumbo. But they are basically, we should have an attitude of respect and faith. Respect towards the Vaishnavas, respect towards the demigods, but full faith in Krishna only. Respect towards the spiritual master and his instruction. Respect to the Vedic literatures. Respect to the vows that we are taking and taking them serious. And in this way, we can appreciate how such a respectful attitude is required. In that way, we're getting ready for advancing in spiritual life. Patapana, Prabhu, would you like to say a few words also? Would be nice, if you don't mind. I mean, I don't know if we have a mic that can reach there. Do we have one of those? Otherwise...
I just happened to be passing by and I thought I'd just drop in. And what a great fortune that I'm here at such an auspicious occasion, because this is a very, very important occasion in one's spiritual life when one takes those formal vows to serve Prabhupada, the Guru, and Krishna. This is the formalization of years of devotion that have brought us to this point. So it's an extremely important moment in time. And so Krishna obviously directed me here. I just happened to be driving by. Here I am. And so I've been blessed by being here to see this wonderful event, especially yourself, Maharaj, as well. We spoke on the phone this morning, but because we're old friends going way back into the 70s, I hadn't had the opportunity to see you, so this is also an occasion for me to be able to also connect with you again. So thank you very much, and I think that blessings to all those who are taking these vows today, and may you have a wonderful, wonderful time in Krishna consciousness. Hare Krishna.
Thank you very much. Yeah, sometimes we forget, that that the disciples of Srila Prabhupada who joined ISKCON so long ago did so much service, right, at a time when ISKCON was not so established. See, nowadays ISKCON is, there are so many temples, there's so much. You go here, you go there, there's always something there. Right? But those were the days when nothing was established, and everywhere it was pioneering, a lot of pioneering work. So these devotees, they have been literally making so many arrangements for us here, for our Krishna consciousness, and have actually created the facility by which we can now carry on. So, in one sense, whatever we are doing rests upon on the service they have done. And of course, for all that service, they got a lot of mercy. And because of that, that mercy manifests in a commitment. And somehow they become captured. They become captured by Prabhupada, by Prabhupada's mission, and have a very serious dedication to that. So in this way, that's why when Patapana Prabhu walked in, I felt, okay, now I got to make him say something. And I saw the whole corner light up over there, effulgence and everything.
So what to do? Carrying that dedication to Prabhupada's mission, because it's not so easy. Okay, I spoke about doing a little service, I spoke about taking shelter, but one thing I didn't really speak about is like taking ownership of Prabhupada's mission. That's what Srila Prabhupada so much wanted. When Prabhupada was present, one thing was very sure. Everyone immediately had to take some ownership of something. It wasn't just about what is your psychophysical nature and how would you perfectly fit into the process of devotional service according to your propensities. No, it wasn't exactly like that. It was more like do the needful. And there was no end to the needful. And whatever Prabhupada saw as needful was blowing people's minds, right? Because Prabhupada used to say, I have one problem, right? And that problem was, Prabhupada said, I can't think small, right? He can't think. So, in pleasing Prabhupada, we cannot think small, that's for sure. We have to do something. So yes, you also have to do something. Something doing. That will be good, to push forward this movement, not just be satisfied with our own chanting. Read the books and teach them. Why not? There's a lot of people out there. And everyone can reach his own people. See, this movement spreads from person to person, and everyone naturally connects with his own kind. It's logical. The Punjabis can preach to all the Punjabis who speak as if they have marbles in their mouths. And in this way, sorry. The Gujaratis can preach to the Gujaratis, the Aussies to the Aussies. This is the way it goes. Why not? And the great and pure devotees can preach to all of us. So this is very nice. Okay, I don't know what more to say now. I think I've said, basically, I've given you a lot of good advice. And although I'll be your spiritual master, it's not that I have a magic wand and that I come around and tap and it's so nice now. I'm initiated. No. After the euphoria is over, you may as well drop into a big black hole, And when you'll have to climb out yourself by all the good advice I gave you, by taking shelter. Then you'll come out. And otherwise, what to do? Okay, we're going to get ready for the vows. Let's rearrange the seating a little bit. Just pull the mic back. Okay. And maybe we can just move the fire thing slightly to the side. So that maybe this way, and then he can offer he's a big man, he needs space. Okay, that's fine. All right, O Bhakta Michael, please come forward and offer your obeisances here. Not with your feet to the deities, but like just that way. Yeah, feet that way, great. Where's my thing? Yeah. So Bhakta Michael has been in this congregation for a very long time. I mean, I don't know when you started coming. When?
29 years.
29 years it has been. So that's a very long time. His son is Nayana Biran, who's sitting behind me. And it's the father that gets the credit of making the son a devotee, because he did actually. I mean, he took a little longer for initiation, but meanwhile, he made his son a devotee. So he's been a devotee for a long, long time. So today is a very wonderful day, because it's the fruit of a lifetime, and such a fruit of a lifetime is from here on it will only blossom, because it's already went in for all these years. So now, no more obstruction, nothing to hold you back. Just go for it. Krishna all the way. That's what this is all about. So, what are the 4 regulative principles you promise to follow for the rest of your life?
No meat eating, no intoxication, no illicit sex, and no gambling.
Okay, and the meat eating a little more specified?
No fish, no eggs.
Very good. Okay, and how many rounds are you promising to chant every day without fail?
A minimum of 16.
Perfect. Okay. I'll give you the name. So from this day on, you will be known as Mukunda Das. And Mukunda is a name of Krishna. I mean, I really wanted to give you a name that sort of strongly reminds of Krishna. So I wrote it down, the giver of, the spelling, the giver of liberation. That's Krishna, who gives us liberation to the world. So you be his servant, and you liberate the whole world, if possible. And when you're done with that, you can come back and I'll give you something else to do. Mukunda, thank you very much. Please, Bhaktin Simran. I have not known you for a really, really long time. I don't really know you that well either, right? But whenever I met, you were very enthusiastic. Whenever we met, you're always enthusiastic, so far. No, so that is a very nice quality. I pray that your enthusiasm may always stay with you, because of course, it should be combined, utsaha nistya daryat, enthusiasm, determination, and patience. The 3 come together. And then we'll be successful. And so I'm very happy to accept you as my disciple. So what are the 4 regulative principles you promise to follow for the rest of your life? Okay. And how many rounds you promise to chant every day? Minimum 16 rounds. Okay. So from this day on, you will be known as Sumandira Devi Dasi. So I wrote that down for you. So Sumandira is, we all know Mandir is temple. And Sumandira is the one who's totally dedicated. Okay. So Sumandira is the one who's totally dedicated to the temple. Always. The temple here, the temple in the West also. Or any temple. But who somehow or other always serves in the temple. It is the name of one of the gopis that are serving Krishna, Sumandira. Rupa Goswami describes that name. It's a beautiful name, and brings us a little closer to Krishna. And that's the idea, that the name will always connect us with Krishna. Okay, the others are already done. Gita Lalasa is getting used to her name. Still. Anyway. And then, so then we carry on with the yagya. I'll move forward again, if you can do it. So what we're going to do is when I chant Swaha, you will throw grains into the fire. You'll take, with the two middle fingers, it's like the head of a cow. Huh? Okay. We'll just do that again. Why don't you do it? You just do it, and Mukunda, listen to me. We're going to throw the grains in the fire like this, like the head of a cow. These are the horns. Yeah? Okay. And then it's throw in the fire. Great. Got it. Otherwise. Okay, we're there. Who is the local bhajan singer? Or otherwise you sing and someone plays Maharmo. Plays the drum. Huh? Oh, yeah, you sing and Gauranga can play drum. But not the whole yagya, just it's too much for my ears. When everything, when all sounds mix, I can't handle. But maybe 10 minutes or so.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare
ready to offer all respect to others. In such a state of mind, I can chant the holy name of the Lord constantly. O Almighty Lord, I have no desire to commit wealth, nor do I desire your women, nor do I want any number of followers. I am one to your cause of devotion service, birth after birth. O Son of Radha Krishna, I am your eternal servitor, yet somehow or other I fall into the ocean of birth and death. Please pick me up from the ocean of death, and place me in one of the atmosphere of the street. O my Lord, when all my architecture reveals the love, when constantly when I chant your holy name, when all my voice shook up, and when all the heavens of my body stand amends the creation of your name. O Govinda, king of separation, I am considering moments because I grow fears of more. Tears are flowing from my eyes like torrents of rain, and I am feeling all vacant in the world in absence. I know no one but Krishna as my Lord, and he shall remain so. Even if he grants me occupies in grace, only to be broken out by not being present before me. He is completely free to do anything and everything, for his all is a worshipful Lord, unconditionally.
Hare Krishna. May not work. Okay, I forget it. I can't use it. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Gopidana Vallabha Girivardhari Yasodhanana Brajadana Ranjana Slowly. Yamuna Tira Vanachari Yamuna Tira Vanachari Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Srila Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Grantaraj Srimad Bhagavatam ki jai, Harinam Sankirtan Yagya ki jai, Ananta Koti. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to Sri Guru and Sri Gauranga. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. 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 Reading from Srimad Bhagavatam, first canto, chapter 7. The son of Drona punished, text number 40. Sutta vacha evam pariksata dharma parta krishnena chodita naichadantum guru suttam jajjapi atmanam mahan sutta vacha evam pariksata dharmam partha krishnena chodita naitadantam guru suttam yadyapyat mahanam mahan sutta vacha evam pariksata dharmam partha krishnena chodita naichadantam guru suttam yatyapyat mahanam mahan
evam parikshata dharmam partha krishnena chodita naichadantum guru suttam yadyapi atmanam mahan sutta vacha evam parikshata dharmam partha krishnena chodita naichadantum guru suttam
Ladies.
Evam parikshata dharmam partha krishnena chodita naichadantum guru suttam yadyapi atmanam mahan sutta vacha evam parikshata dharmam partha krishnena chodita naichadantum guru suttam yadyapi atmanam mahan
Sutta Goswami Uvacha said, Evam, this, Pariksata, being examined, Dharmam, in the matter of duty, Partha, Shri Arjuna, Krishnena, by Lord Krishna, Choditaha, being encouraged, Naicha, did not like, Hantam, to kill, Guru Shutam, the son of his teacher, Yadyapi, although Atmahanam, murderer of sons, Mahan, very great. Suta Goswami said, although Krishna, who was examining Arjuna in religion, encouraged Arjuna to kill the son of Dronacharya, Arjuna, a great soul, did not like the idea of killing him, although Aswatthama was a heinous murderer of Arjuna's family members. Purport. Arjuna was a great soul, undoubtedly, which is proved here also. He is encouraged herein personally by the Lord to kill the son of Drona. But Arjuna considers that the son of his great teachers should be spared, for he happens to be the son of Dronacharya, even though he is an unworthy son, having done all sorts of heinous acts whimsically for no one's benefit. Lord Sri Krishna encouraged Arjuna outwardly just to test Arjuna's sense of duty. It is not that Arjuna was incomplete in the sense of his duty, nor was Lord Krishna unaware of Arjuna's sense of duty. But Lord Sri Krishna put to test